his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Vass, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. And today is May 3rd. It is currently 2:32 p.m. We're right on time, and I'm happy to be here with each and every one of you. I hope we're going to have a great show today, a great conversation between you and me about the issues that are affecting us all across this world, across the globe, as well as across the United States. I know we reach over 100 countries, so I'm looking forward to hearing the voices all across the world and the nation. And that's because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in the right of freedom of speech. Whether or not your government, whether or not your local internet overlord, no matter what, we want to hear what you think because that is your right by birth. It's not just an American principle. It is a global right. Now, that being said, we're going to be talking about a lot of interesting things today. I think it's a little bit about what's happening in the Middle East. We know that there's now a change with the UAE. They're aligning with the United States, getting rid of OPEC, something that has plagued the United States and many of the world's, the first and second world nations for a long time. They're now joining up with the United States to lower the price, believe it or not, lower the price of oil, even during this time of difficulty with the Iran conflict and the Strait of Hormuz on and off of being closed. So that's kind of interesting, but there's other things that are happening with the United States that's affecting global diplomacy, global safety, in particular with the European Union and especially with Germany after the Prime Minister of Germany, Friedrich Merz, has come out and caused some friction with the United States, and the United States has responded with tariffs as well as a removal of troops. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in just a few moments. We're going to talk a little bit more about what's happening here in the United States as well, probably a lot more. What's happening with the redistricting that we are seeing after the case, the Supreme Court case in Louisiana, that has said that if you're creating a election district because of the color of skin of the people in that state, well, that's unconstitutional. That is prejudiced and biased. And of course, the Democrats hate that because they live off of bias and people and prejudice. And we will explain a little bit more about that. We talked about it on Thursday. We'll talk a little bit more about the reaction that we've seen since we made our video on that. And we'll talk a little bit there. We'll talk about what's happening in New York with Zoran Mandami and some of his latest idiocy. We'll talk about what happened in Nassau County, the Bruce Blakeman's county, as the county executive who's running for governor of New York on the Republican ticket, and his claim that Nassau County is the safest place in America and definitely in New York State. And it seems that's not true. That's not true at all. And we'll talk a little bit about that. We got a lot to talk about, but let me remind everyone that you are always welcome to leave a comment. And you'll see from time to time, we'll go into the comments and we'll mention if you can leave a comment on Facebook, on Rumble, on YouTube, on Twitter. You can reach us on most of the social media to tell us whatever you think, whether you agree or disagree. That's perfectly fine. Just tell me why. And you can also mention if we've missed a news story or something that we haven't talked about, let me know. We can go into that as well. Because again, this is a conversation. This isn't me lecturing at you. This is a conversation based on the facts that exist and what I conclude may be happening as a consequence and how it will affect you. But you have the right to say, Mike, I disagree, or there's something else we should be talking about that's more important. And I want to hear what you think. So with that said, I'm going to jump right on in today. And I want to start off with some breaking news, which some people may or may not have heard about at this point. And that is in reference to, where is it? Why do I not have it here in front of me? Come on. Bear with me 1 second here. I've got like everything up. It's amazing. I have so many news stories that I want to talk with you guys that, oh, there it is. All right. Here we go. So the first thing to bring up is the breaking news that right now, according to The Guardian and several other major credible international news sources, this is from the left, they have reported that there are now 2 U.S. service members that are unaccounted for. They have disappeared. Now, this happened not in the Middle East, and this was actually in Africa, in Morocco. So this has nothing to do with the terrorism of Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis. It has nothing to do with the IRGC or with Iran, as far as we can tell. At this point, there is no evidence saying that this has anything to do with terrorism. It has nothing to do with Europe or the European Union. This is entirely separate, and this is coming from AfricaCom. The U.S., there was a joint action. Where is it? A joint action between the United States and Morocco and, where is it? Tunisia, Ghana, and Senegal. So this is a joint action that takes place about once a year, training with the United States and several aligned countries, just routine training exercises. It happens every year. We see this all the time and all around the world. That isn't unusual. And of those troops that are in these countries taking place, there seems to be 2 Americans. Yes. This is called Operation African Lion. And this operation was ongoing. 2 members of the U.S. military have disappeared. Their last location was by a cliffside. It is believed at this time that those 2 American soldiers fell off the cliff into the Atlantic Ocean, and that may be why they are lost, and we are now trying to recover them. But some in the news media, some on social media, may misrepresent this. This is not because of the Sudan, which would be involving ISIS. This is not because of any other known terrorist group. This was just, apparently, they didn't watch where they were walking and they fell off a cliff and fell into the Atlantic Ocean. We hope And we pray that these individuals are recovered as quickly as possible, that they did not fall into the ocean, that they did survive a fall off the cliff, if that is what happened to them, that they have just fallen out of communication with their unit, and that they will be quickly found and recovered, and they will be safe. That is what we hope for, but that is the news. I just want to make sure that you're not hearing the misrepresentations on social media that will try to somehow link this to either a rise in terrorism or a failure of Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with American politics whatsoever, nor with terrorism anywhere in the world. I think that's important to mention. By the way, if anyone notices that there is a news announcement that those soldiers have been found, please let me know as we go through the rest of the show. I would be very happy to announce that they were found. So please let me know. Let's move on. Here's something that I think is important. And you don't hear enough about this. We have been talking on this program for a good part of 2026. We've been talking about so far that there is going to be an additional global food crisis. Now, I say additional because, as we were saying back in February of 2022, there was an initial global food crisis, which we are still in. There is, in fact, 30% less food in the world today than there was in 2019. This has been true since 2022. And this is going to continue, at the very least, until the end of the Ukraine-Russia war. Literally, if the Ukraine-Russia war ends tomorrow, we would still not recover from the current global food crisis until the end of 2027 at the soonest. So I want you to be aware of that. Now, this doesn't affect America very much, and most first world nations have less of an impact, but when you get to third world nations, most of Southeast Asia, most of Africa, much of South America, it has a devastating impact, and it's led to a lot of, starvation. A lot of people are starving around the world as a result of this. Again, first world nations, the United States, not as much affected. The rest of the world, drastically and dramatically affected. That being said, on top of that, there will be an additional 10 to 15% food shortage in 2020, at the end of 2026, going throughout 2027, until at the earliest, the end of 2027, possibly beyond. We've been talking about this. No one else in the news media is telling you this. No one else is really talking about this. They're talking around these facts. They're talking around the details. And we have been advising you, do not panic. Do not panic. Don't go out and try and buy all of the toilet paper in your local Walmart. That isn't going to help you. Nor is trying to buy all of the food in the store. It's not going to help you. And it really will hurt everyone in your community. Instead, I believe the correct answer, and I think you're an adult, you'll agree with me, you buy 10% more food whenever possible. Long-lasting foods, foods like rice, foods like canned foods, pickled foods, peanut butter, flour, things that will last long-term that you can store and or freeze in a deep freezer that will help you when prices continue to rise as we get into the fourth quarter of 2026 and throughout 2027. This is important. You're going to see food prices increase somewhere between 7 to 12%. I say we're looking at about a 10% increase in the price of food. It doesn't matter what happens. This isn't, even if the conflict with Iran ends tomorrow, if the Strait Hormuz opens up tomorrow and every ship trying to travel through the Strait of Hormuz were given money to travel through, it still would not change the fact that we have missed the planting season for corn, and we are in the process of missing the planting season for wheat. Anyone who's a farmer out there probably knows exactly what I'm talking about because they've been paying attention to it. Commodities traders probably know what I'm talking about because they've been talking about this and they have been making money on this for several months now. Excuse me. But the general public do not know this because MSNBC, CNN, the New York Times, the mainstream news media will not tell you this. They think that you're going to hear the news and you're going to panic, that there's going to be a rush on all the food and there will be riots. I do not believe that will happen. I believe if you tell intelligent people a plan to get through a hardship, intelligent people will work that plan and they will get through that hardship. But the news media isn't known for their logic. And more importantly, they want to be able to fearmonger to scare you into voting. And I think you'll probably hear about the food crisis in October, right before the 2026 midterm elections, because they will blame it on Republicans. They will say that it's only a Republican thing and you should vote Democrat if you want your food prices to go down, except that won't happen. It doesn't matter which party's involved. Food grows at the rate that food grows. You have to wait for the ground to thaw. You have to plant. You have to wait for the food to grow. You have to collect it, and then you can process it. That takes time. There's no shortcut, and it has nothing to do with whatever political ideology you may have. That is just a fact. So, that being understood, I know there's some people who've said, but Mike, how can you be so sure? How do you know that's going to happen? And I've been telling you about this. Besides the fact that we know there is less fertilizer, there's less oil available in the world to be able to run the farm machinery, and the prices have gone up on fertilizer because that's been delayed. The amount that is available in the world, fertilizer, has been delayed because of the Strait of Hormuz and trying to get it shipped around the world. We've missed the planting season. Most of the planting season for corn pretty much ends in about a week. So farmers, very often, they buy at the time of need. They don't stockpile their corn. They don't stockpile the fertilizer. They don't stockpile the gasoline because it's not really financially advantageous, nor do they have the space. They buy it as they need it. Well, the supplies that they used, we have less corn, about 15% less corn being planted, which means less food at the end of the year. But also wheat is being affected, and it has been affected for a long time. And as you can see from this article, which this is coming from barchart.com, but it's talking about the wheat. Wheat is pushing to fresh new highs. This was on Wednesday, April 29th, this week. And we see that the price of wheat has been going up and up. And not only is it available here, and this is based on the futures. This is based on projected crops. And there is about 19% planted, 3 percentage points behind the pace from the last 5 years, which was 22%. At this time, there used to be 5 years ago, which would put us about 2020, 2021, there was about 22% of the wheat was being planted as we speak. Instead, now we're at 19%. So that is a shortage. And we're seeing that we're going to see that carry through. Now, if you think, Mike, that doesn't sound that bad. Well, let me show you. This is a chart of the wheat futures. And let me make this a little bit bigger for you guys so you can see this as clearly as possible. Now, regardless of the price, just look at the trend line here. This is an ascending trend line. This is inflationary. This is an escalation. It is inflationary. The price is going up because the supply is going down. And it has easily been anticipated by economists that deal with agriculture that both corn and wheat will not be at the same levels as they were in 2025. Therefore, food will go up. All the prices are going higher. There is no way around this. This is inevitable. It is already happening. You haven't seen it as a consumer yet if you live in a first world nation. If you're in a third world nation, you have absolutely seen this happen already. And if you're in a second world nation, kind of like Spain or Greece, you're probably starting to see some of the price fluctuations. This will happen. Please take me at my word. I do a lot of effort about these economic predictions to make sure that I'm giving you the best advice that I can. Again, this is advice. I'm no longer a stockbroker. I can't tell you how to run your finances. But in terms of preparing for the food, just like in 2022, we spent pretty much the entire year warning people about the impending shortage, and we were correct. If I am wrong, then you will wind up with some extra food at prices that are at the same or lower than what will be at the end of the year. And you can take that extra food, you can give it to your family, you can give it to your people, your neighbors, your community, or you can donate it to the homeless. That's your choice. That's if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, you will have a surplus of food that you can distribute however you wish. If I am right, you will save money, you will feed your families, and you will still have the option to help to feed your community and the homeless and anyone else that you choose. It is a win-win scenario that I am presenting to you. Please clip this section, send it out to all of your friends, everyone you know. Tell them to grow their own vegetables in a windowsill or in their backyard. Tell them to learn how to pickle and can foods. Tell them to go out and buy flour and rice 10% more every time that they go out and buy food. It will be in their best interest. Don't break your bank. Don't panic, but take this plan and work it as best as you can for you. Let me also address something that I know someone had mentioned to me. I had received a comment from someone I know on Facebook, and this individual is a trucker, travels across the country driving food back and forth, and mentioned, or actually driving back and forth various supplies, and mentioned, well, $25, if you go into a gas station, $25 doesn't go that far. What can I do? Let me try and answer that for you. Look, first of all, if you have to buy foods like that, try not to buy them at truck stations, if at all possible. Don't go out to your local gas station and buy food. It's going to be more expensive than if you went to your local store, if at all possible. I know it's not always possible, but whenever possible. And whenever possible, prepare foods. Learn to cook. Don't buy the ready-made meals. Those are just TV dinners. Literally, in the 70s, we would just call them TV dinners. It's a fancy, nicely packaged TV dinner. Frozen food, you just heat it up. Instead of using an oven, nowadays we use a microwave. And that's all it is. Processed food, ready to eat. You heat it up and you eat it. And it's more expensive than making the food yourself. I know a lot of people who are Gen Z, the younger people these days, don't know how to cook. Learn how to cook. It ain't that hard. I started to learn. I was taught how to cook when I was 14. It was a long time ago. But when I was 14, I was able to cook for myself and for my family. You can learn to cook too. You're 20, 25. You can learn how to cook. Okay? So don't tell me you can't do it. You can't tell me that you don't have time. I cook every day. I'm 58. I cook every day. 90% of my meals are cooked meals. You can do it too. You don't have to make something extravagant. You don't have to go out there and try and figure out how to make foie gras. Instead, learn how to make spaghetti. Okay? You can do this. Make a peanut butter sandwich. Make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That's the answer. Don't constantly eat out if at all possible. And if you do, minimize it as much as possible. Buy things that are cost effective, not just because they look good. And don't waste your money on things like ready to eat meals. Don't waste your money on having food delivered to you constantly. Get off the couch. Stop playing the video game. Stop watching the housewives of Who Gives a Damn. Get out, walk to the store, get whatever you need, and then walk yourself back. You get a little bit of exercise, which will keep the weight down, and you'll get better food. This will help to reduce your costs. You may think I'm wrong, or you may think I'm preaching. Old man, he's just yelling at people on his lawn. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. And you can do the math for yourself on your own budget, and you will see if you're following the advice I'm providing, you will do better long term. It's your choice. You don't have to do it. And if you don't complain to me about the price of food at the end of this year. Just don't complain on this channel because you were warned. Anyway, I want to make sure that was very, very clear because I do try to take care of my audience whenever possible. I want you guys to have the best options available to take care of yourselves because I think that's important. And that's something I feel is somewhat of a responsibility of this channel. So I hope that proves my case. Let me see here. So we're going to move on. By the way, if anyone has questions, again, if you have questions, if you disagree, if you think I'm wrong, let me know. Leave a comment. I will show it to everyone and I will respond. I'm happy to do so. So let's talk about what's happening overseas because obviously the Strait of Hormuz is important. What's happening with the Iran conflict is important, not only to global stability, and part of global stability is food, about world hunger. That is a part of global stability. And thus, taking away Iran's capability in the future to close off the Strait of Hormuz is critically important. So we need this so that the world is not held hostage as it is being right now, so that we never have to increase the amount of people who will starve to death because Iran is closing the opportunity to get oil and food and fertilizer through the Strait of Hormuz. That's one aspect of it. But there's also the reduction in terrorism in the globe because of the IRGC and Iran's fanatical theological Ayatollah, their leadership. We have to reduce that, and we are in the process of doing that. But Iran is playing a political game. They are using U.S. politics against the United States to try and win as much of a victory as Iran can win. Essentially, the biggest win for Iran at this point is that the Ayatollah is able to remain in power. The mullahs and the IRGC, which support and promote international terrorism, well, if they get to maintain their positions, they win. That is the ultimate goal. That's the fight that's going on right now. It's not really about what, excuse me, it's not really about the price of oil. It's not even about the global starvation that they are creating. It's about protecting fanatical religious terrorists and their ability to influence the world. That's what this is really about. So with that said, we know that Iran is putting out, or at least stating, that they are trying to get peace, that they're trying to do the right thing, that they keep putting out peace proposals, and Donald Trump keeps rejecting them because Donald Trump, Republicans, and MAGA are evil. That is the messaging coming from Iran. And that fits perfectly with the mainstream news media that want you to vote Democrat. They have a bias. They are partisan. They will admit it if you ask them, but very few people do. We know for a fact in study after study, poll after poll, for decades, that the news media rooms across this nation, in all of the major news media organizations, they are 85 to 95% left-leaning. To some degree, they lean to the left because that's part of the indoctrination. This is part of the training they received in college, and colleges are massively to the left. And they push partisan indoctrination, intersectionality, BLM, critical race theory, and on it goes. Affirmation policies. So we see that in the manner in which we're getting news and how it's being reported. So anything that demonizes Donald Trump, who is the ultimate big bad, orange man bad, he's the source of all problems, supposedly, then anything that fits that messaging, which allows Democrats and more importantly, progressives and socialists to gain more votes and to gain more power, well, that's good because it matches the partisan objectives of the news media. They're not thinking through that they're also helping Iran in creating more global terror. They're not thinking about that consequence because the left never thinks about their consequences. They think about the immediate satisfaction of their feelings. They feel that Donald Trump and MAGA are bad. How is it bad to make your country as great as it can be? I don't know. And they never actually think about that. They think of MAGA, not the meaning of MAGA. It's an acronym, Make America Great Again. They never address that. They say MAGA, but they don't say Making America Great because they don't see it as the same thing because the news media doesn't say it as being the same thing. So they just want to see the right lose. They want to see Donald Trump lose. They're willing to spite their face, cut off their nose to spite their face. They don't think about the consequences. Iran is thinking about the consequences. So Iran is putting out another peace deal. This is about the third or fourth one that they've presented so far. This is a 14-point plan. And like every plan that has been proposed so far, Iran isn't trying to get peace. They're not trying to have a ceasefire. They're not trying to negotiate. They are making demands. They want to get paid for this war. They want to be paid in the future to fund their ability to create more missiles, including ballistic missiles that can reach all of Europe. And eventually, not long from now, they will be able to reach the United States if they're allowed to continue. They want to keep all of the uranium that they have enriched to 60%, enough enriched uranium for what's called a dirty bomb, a bomb that explodes but isn't nuclear, but it does spread nuclear material across an entire city, depending on the size of the city, and kills people through radiation poisoning instead of killing them through a nuclear explosion. And they want to enrich that uranium to create actual nuclear bombs, which is unacceptable. Every nation in the world agrees, virtually. They all agree that Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon because they are unstable. They are unstable because of their religious beliefs, which their religious beliefs, as explained and detailed by every Ayatollah for the last 47 years on a daily basis, is to eliminate any country and every country that does not believe exactly what the Ayatollah believes. That's what they have said, and I take them at their word. And that's why they have suicide bombers, because they believe that if they die in the service of their Ayatollah, well, they will go to heaven. It is warped, it is sick, it is demented, but this is the terrorism that is being pushed throughout the world. So Iran is going to keep their nuclear materials. That's something that is unacceptable to the United States or any other first world nation. Iran wants to be paid to allow free commerce, which that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. There is no other strait, no other natural waterway in the world that has the same restrictions as we see now in the Strait of Hormuz. This is unacceptable. That they would use these funds to increase the amount of terrorism in the world is unacceptable. It's the reason why why Donald Trump got rid of the Iran nuclear deal, because according to then State Secretary John Kerry in 2016 on CNBC, he stated that the Obama nuclear deal funded global terrorism. And We are dealing with the consequence of that funding today. The missiles, the rockets, the drones that are attacking innocent civilians in the Ukraine, that is directly responsible because those drones, many of those missiles are created in Iran, and that's only because they had the money given to them by the Obama administration. Consequences of democratic actions without thinking about the future. That is a fact. Democrats and leftists out there may not like this. It is a fact. And it was a fact that was known to the Obama administration, as John Kerry said in 2016. They knew what they were doing. They didn't care about the consequence because that would affect someone else, not them. And it was about power. And this is what we're dealing with. So the proposals being made by Iran are on its face unacceptable. And they know that. They know that Donald Trump will reject these policies because he has always rejected them. These are the reasons why we got into this conflict in the first place. That's important to understand. This is why we got into the conflict, are the very things that they are saying are required for a ceasefire and or peace deal, which is unacceptable. Therefore, Donald Trump will turn it down. And we will continue to negotiate, but at some point, this will become another shooting war or shooting conflict, however you want to disseminate that. We will be back in active fighting. The difference is now Iran is buying time. One, they're buying time to rebuild and to refortify many of their bases, to get their drones fixed and or made, to get new missiles fixed and or made, and to get them positioned so that they can continue to fight. This is a problem for the United States. That means more Americans will be killed and or injured than what we have seen so far. Mind you, the 13 who have died, the 400 who have been injured so far in the 2 months of this conflict is still dramatically less than one weekend in Chicago. So in terms of danger to our troops, it is more dangerous to be in Chicago than to be fighting in the Middle East against Iran at this moment. That is a fact. Again, the left may not like that, but it is the truth. So relatively, our troops are pretty safe. They'd be more in danger if they were in Chicago. But that being said, so that's one aspect of this. The other reason why Iran is putting out these proposals, which are essentially the same proposal over and over again, is because they are buying time. Not only are they buying time to extend the ceasefire, to allow them to rearm, to try and reorganize their military to be able to be more effective at fighting once the fighting starts again, but also, and this is the big part, they're fighting a political war. I've talked about this in the last 2 weeks. They're fighting a political war. Iran knows they cannot win militarily. The United States fighting forces are second to none in the world. We are one of the best, if not, and many will say, and I will say, we are the best fighting force in the world. Militarily, they cannot stand against us, and they know that. They could win a battle here or there. They will not win a war against the United States. They know that. They don't want to have to fight that. Instead, they are trying to fight politically. They know that the left in America will help them, just like the left in America helped Hamas. Right after that, Hamas had killed 1,200 Israelis, including 34 Americans, and took 22 Americans hostage, who were then 17 of those 22 were killed by Hamas in cold blood, tortured and sexually abused. And the left in America, we're talking about Harvard, Columbia, the New York Times, MSNBC, they supported Hamas in doing these murders, these cold-blooded terroristic murders. So Iran knows the blueprint. They know that the left is so deranged. They have so much TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, that they will support actual terrorists to then hurt the Trump administration, to give power to the Democrats and to the progressives. They are that short-sighted in their goals. And it's working. And so Iran wants to have the left build up enough anti-Trump sentiment to say that this war is bad or that it's endangering the entire U.S. Navy. They'll make up every story and any story that they can to hurt the Trump administration, to hurt Republicans, to have the midterms, the 2026 midterms, go in favor of Democrats, which then would allow the Democrats to waste the entire nation's time trying to impeach Donald Trump for the third time. And that will turn Donald Trump into a lame duck president, which will be good for Iran. They will get the political leverage they need so that the United States will back down and Iran will maintain its power, its stranglehold over its own people and around the Middle East. This is what's happening right now. It is a political war, not a physical war, not a military war, because Iran cannot win that. That's what these endless peace deals that are unacceptable to any logical nation in the world, they will be rejected, but it buys them more time. It buys them more political ammunition to be used against Donald Trump and Republicans as we get closer to the midterms. This is what Iran wants. I don't think a lot of people have explained it that clearly, but I am. So that's what I want to do here. By the way, I see there was a comment here. I saw the comment from Rumble, and I do not agree with it. Please don't send me a link in the chat, especially when it's some kind of objectionable, I don't even know, propaganda. Please don't do that. We don't accept that on this channel. Again, if you have a critique, tell me what the critique is. Make the argument. Don't just call people names or just spread around some kind of rumor mill or some kind of slander. We don't appreciate that on the channel. You have a legitimate opinion? Fantastic. Tell me what it is. You have a legitimate complaint? Absolutely. You think I'm wrong? Fine. But if you just want to throw out slander, I'm not interested in that. This isn't the Housewives or wherever. We don't deal with gossip. That's why I'm not talking about Alex Jones. I'm not talking about Candace Owens. I'm not talking about Erica Kirk, because none of that is actually important. That is all distraction. That is all gossip, political gossip. And I don't care. I don't care about the political gossip, because at the end of the day, that political gossip does nothing. It will not help you become safe. It will not improve your job or building a business. It will not make the nation better. It does nothing. So I don't care about it. That's why we don't talk. And I know some people may have wondered, well, Mike, you don't talk about those things. That's why I don't talk about them, because they're useless. I don't care what Erica Kirk suffered horribly. Charlie Kirk was murdered because he spoke. And that's terrifying. That assault on the First Amendment, that assault against everyone in America, that was despicable. We denounced it. Erica Kirk is trying to live, is trying to live her life. Let her. And if she was just at the third, some would say fourth or fifth attempt against Donald Trump's life, and some are saying that she was faking, the woman watched her husband be murdered live on international video. It was live. The mother of his kid. That's horrific. Horrific. And then she was stuck in another leftist lunatic tried to come in and was willing to kill anyone in the room. Read the manifesto. He would kill anyone in his way, including other leftists, even people who agreed with his political ideology. He would have mowed them all down, man and woman and child, just to get to Donald Trump, just to get to the Trump administration. That is the evil that the left have been fostering. So you want to tell me, oh, Erica Kirk, she was faking. Screw you. Screw you. You don't have to like her. You don't have to agree with her politics. But if you want to tell me she's faking, screw you. Okay? That's not this channel. So, Donald Trump has said, and I know there are a lot of people who say, but Mike, Donald Trump, he said those horrible things. What horrible things? He's going to blow them up and destroy their civilization. Uh-huh. And we're in a conflict. We're in a shooting war. What about it? But that's evil. No, it's accurate. If you take out the bridges, the industrial bridges, you take out the power plants in Iran, the industrial power plants, they will lose all of the modern capabilities. Think about it. In the United States, if we were to lose our power plants, all of the internet would drop. Cell phones would not work anymore. You would lose overnight. 90% of people would have no communications with anyone other than immediately on their own block, down the road from them, their closest neighbors. And everyone else, they'd have no way to communicate with. Most people don't have battery-operated radios. They don't have landline telephones. They don't have anything that would be able to allow them to communicate. That would put us back to the 1800s. And that's true in every first world nation at this point. We have become so accustomed to having the modern technology, we don't have any backup technology readily available. The amount of people who do are incredibly small percentage of the total population. It would put us back into the 1800s. Just losing a couple of power plants, there'd be blackouts, and people would not be able to continue to live, not just a quality of life, they wouldn't be able to live beyond the level of the 1800s anymore. So for Donald Trump to say something like that, he's right. He's telling the truth. It is a real threat. And that threat is meant to reduce actual fighting. So rather than having to do this, he threatened it. It is a realistic threat. It is a threat that Iran cannot stop, and therefore it helped to force them into a ceasefire so that we could start negotiations. I'm not upset about that. People are like, oh my God, but those were mean words. Are you an idiot? Are you grown? Are you above the age of 8? Mean words are not the problem. The meaning of those words, the consequences of those words, that's important. But the words themselves, who cares? He said something mean to people we are actually fighting. We're dropping bombs. We're shooting bullets at these people. You think they didn't realize that the potential of them being knocked back into the 1800s doesn't exist? Of course it does. But Donald Trump didn't say he was going to genocide the people. To take the people back to the 1800s by removing their electricity, their internet, their TV, their modern appliances and a modern technology, you know what? That doesn't mean you're genocided. It just means you're in the dark. There's a big difference. But people don't think about that because the mainstream media doesn't take the time to explain it. They fearmonger and said, oh my God, that's like genocide. And they go from saying, well, that's like genocide to saying, well, that is genocide. No, it isn't. It isn't even close. But it is something that you would hear from a strong leader trying to instill fear in their enemy to reduce the number of soldiers that actually have to die. And if Donald Trump can get compliance, and hopefully we could see an end to this war due to ceasefire because he used a bunch of strong words, all the better. Let him use the strongest, meanest words, even curse words. Let him be as vulgar as he needs to be, like many of our presidents have been in the past. If it gets the job done, I don't care that he threatened them. For those people who are into the peacenik, isolationist, pacifist lifestyle, words are not the same as bullets. And every pacifist I know doesn't want to see bullets being fired. Well, that means words will be used instead. Again, this is a political war as much as it is a military war. But people aren't thinking of it that way because the news media isn't telling you to think that way. Step out of the box, step out of the programming, and look at what is happening. And I know many of the younger people in the audience haven't been told to think for themselves. They've been taught to accept that when someone with a degree and a title tells you something, then you must agree with it. No, you don't. You can think for yourself. And if you stop and actually look at the information, you will come to a different conclusion than what the talking heads are saying because they have a bias. They have an agenda. You may say, but Mike, you're a Republican. You're a conservative Republican. You've run for elected office. You have opinions on politics. You have a bias. Yes, I do. And I am willing to tell you what my bias is up front. I've never hidden the fact from anyone that I've run for Congress as a Republican, that I am a registered Republican, that I used to be part of the GOP committees. I was at what we call a committee man. I helped to vote and say, okay, this person's a candidate, that person's not, to help recruit candidates and to try and push through a Republican agenda. Yes, I did that for many years. And I've told you that many times. It's up on my channel. It's available publicly. My articles are available. I've never hidden that fact. If you don't like it, okay, you don't have to. I'm not telling you you have to be me. I'm telling you to think based on the facts. If you come to a different conclusion, I'm happy to hear what your conclusion is. But I believe this is what the facts are telling us and where they lead us. And I see the news media trying to hide that from you. You may disagree with me, and that is your right. But I have yet to hear the arguments that tell me, Mike, but you're wrong. They're not there. Anyway, let me go on. So I think we've explained what's going on with Iran right now. At the same time, there is Germany and NATO. Now, NATO is not a popular thing in America, never has been. And for many generations and many presidents, the United States has flirted with the idea of leaving NATO. That NATO is, well, they've been abusive. And to be fair, NATO is abusive against the United States. The United States provides about 70 to 75% of all the troops in NATO. We provide the majority of all of the funding for NATO. We are the physical, actual guarantee of NATO. That's why when Zelensky got in an argument with President Trump in the White House and he ran over to Europe, the answer from Europe, this is in 2025, April of 2025, Zelensky gets kicked out because he didn't want to agree with the deal that was being presented by the President of the United States. Instead, he had just had a talk with Democrats, and Democrats in the United States Senate and Congress said, no, push Donald Trump, he'll give you a better deal. He didn't. He got kicked out. And Zelensky immediately ran over to Europe, who also, like the United States Democrats, they also promised that, don't worry, if you stand up to Trump, we will stand with you. He spent the entire weekend in April of 2025 talking with the leaders of every European nation to get support, to get actual some strong support behind him. And what he was told, as was well reported, England, the premier, Keir Starmer, came out, as well as France's President Macron and the German chancellor at the time, and they all came out and said the same thing. Yes, Europe is going to defend Ukraine after the war if the United States will back them. That, yeah, they're all in. They're going to put their money in. They'll put their troops in on the ground as peacekeepers after the war, that they will maintain all of the treaty agreements after the war, that they will defend Ukraine with and only with the support of the United States. This is the truth about NATO. NATO is more than just a security blanket. It is a funding mechanism for all of Europe. Europe can't defend itself. That's the problem that they face right now. Europe cannot defend itself without the United States. Excuse me 1 second. Sorry, had to sneeze. And according to the old wives' tale, if you sneeze when you say something, it must be true. That's what the old wives' tale says. But anyway, so Europe cannot defend itself, not without the United States. In some major way, shape, and form, the United States must be involved in all of the defenses of Europe because Europe does not have the capability. They ran out of bullets at the very beginning of the Ukraine war. After the first 3 months, 90 days into the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, Europe ran out of bullets. This is a fact. You can look it up. We covered it at the time. All of the bullets, the ammunition for the firearms that were sent to the Ukraine needed more firearms, more bullets, more ammunition, and Europe had none. They had already run through all of their stockpile. All of their reserves were gone. Europe can't defend itself. They can't. Now, this is not a good thing for the United States. They are hyper dependent on us. And that means more spending, which means in the United States, more debt. And that also means more inflation. NATO is, by its existence, inflationary to the American people. Now, normally, if everything else were equal and nothing else were going on, it wouldn't be much of a big deal. We don't spend that much money on NATO. We spend enough, but we don't spend that much that it would overwhelm the American people. But when you add in other factors like 30% less food in the world, like a shortage, a depletion in the amount of oil available across the world, when you look at China playing games with production, and when the United States is no longer self-sufficient, when we're no longer manufacturing our own goods, but instead importing them from our enemies like China, well, then the cost of NATO increases exponentially, and it is a burden to the American people. So you would expect, and I believe that Donald Trump believes this, that if we are providing their safety, that they cannot provide for themselves, well, then get off our backs. This is kind of like that line from Colonel Jessup in the movie A Few Good Men. Some people may have seen that. I like that movie. I love the speech by Colonel Jessup on the stand because he's right. Everything he said was true. And a lot of people may not remember that movie. I do recommend go watch the movie or look at, go and look for a clip on YouTube about Colonel Jessup on this, talking about those who stand on the wall to protect the freedoms of everyone behind the wall, and having a little bit of respect for the fact that those who are defending you, have some respect for them, because without them, you would have no freedom. And that is the status of NATO and the United States, our relationship in terms of military right now. Germany has no respect, and that's a problem. And that's what Chancellor Merz has just recently come out. And insulting the United States presumably adding to the political pressure against the United States and helping Iran by saying the United States has failed, that Iran is winning, that a lot of nonsensical statements. And he may have thought that he was trying to motivate Donald Trump in a certain way, probably to acquiesce more quickly to Iran because, of course, Germany and Europe, they need the energy, they need the oil, they need the resources desperately. But the problem is he didn't think it through. Again, the leftists never do. He isn't thinking about the consequences of what he said and how long-term this will endanger everyone. Remember, Iran has the capability to and may have ballistic missiles that can reach Munich. They can reach Germany. And just like the United States, Iran hates Europe because Europe doesn't believe what Iran believes, because they have a different ideology. And because they believe things the Ayatollah does not, they are targets of death. Mind you, they may be third on the list, the United States being number one and Israel being number two. Number three is Europe. That includes Germany. And the German chancellor isn't thinking about that because he hasn't had the need to think about that, because the United States has always taken care of that problem for him. The United States dealt with the military and the consequences of defending Germany, so Germany didn't have to worry about that. So their leaders never considered that aspect. And this is a problem with Merz. Now, as a result, he got a smack in his face. The United States added a 25% tariff on cars. That affects Volvo, BMW, the German car industry, which is a huge part of their economy. And he got a smack and was told to shut up, stop helping our enemies, because the enemy of the United States is also the enemy of Europe. And you're not helping anyone by helping the enemy. And yes, it is helping the enemy because, again, this is a political war as much as it is a military one. So Merz isn't thinking about that because he never had to, because Europe has not had to, because the United States has taken care of it for them. And thus we are taking 5,000 troops out of Germany. And this will affect the economy of Germany, as well as the 25% tariff that just got put on cars, to make an example, to tell Germany and Europe, shut the hell up. You may not like everything we do, but guess what? We're doing it because you, Europe, you, Germany, are unwilling and incapable of doing it yourself. So until you can defend yourself, until you can deal with the consequences of your actions, shut up and leave us alone. If you don't want to do anything, stay out of it. But don't help the enemy when we're fighting a war that is as much political as it is military. Not everyone will agree with me on this. I don't see how it can be interpreted any other way. Well, that's not true. I can look at the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times. I can turn on ABC News. I can go look at CNN, and they'll tell me how it can be understood in a dozen different ways, all of them equaling Orange Man bad, because they have a political agenda. But if you take away the political agenda, I don't see how you get to any other outcome than what I am explaining right now. And we should also remember, and this is again something that is not told to you, and it should be, the United States isn't just the superpower of the world, and we are. It's not just that the United States is free and rich and militarily superior to every other nation on the face of the earth when you combine all of those factors, and we are free. No other country can match that. That's true. Europe is a vassal of the United States. Let me be very clear about that. Europe is a vassal of the United States. Everyone we have been taught historically, continuously, to think of Europe and England as nations all their own. They're independent. They can do anything they want. They have a lot of power and influence. They're first world nations. That's not true. That is a lie. That is a lie that has been put out there. It's a romanticism, much like how we look at the Old South in the 1800s. It is a romanticism of the truth. The way that we look at the past in the Northeast of America, that is a romanticism. It is not based on the truth. The Wild West that we make in our movies, gangsters, Italian mobsters that we have in our movies are romanticized versions of the truth. The truth is far more ugly and far more clear cut than what we want to think about it. And the fact is that since World War I, not World War II, since World War I, Europe and England have been the vassals of the United States. We are their king. We are their emperor. Yes, there is an American empire. I have no problem with that. Long live the American empire. Why? It's my empire. I'm part of that. And I want it to grow and last forever. I want the quality of life to be maintained above everyone else in the world. I have no problem saying that. I want America to be as great as it possibly can for as long as it can. And if you don't, go to some other country. You can leave anytime you want. It's one of the joys of having one of the most powerful nations in the world, that you can leave America and go anywhere else in the world anytime that you want, because the other 350 million people will stay here. And there are 10,000, literally 10,000 people for every person that wants to leave America. There are 10,000 other people from around the world that want to replace you. Go leave if you want to. You are not that essential. I know the left thinks that they are absolutely essential and that they're just right, and it's super important. Go. Rosie O'Donnell, remember that? I'm going to leave America. Go. America did not stop. The world did not pause. No one blinked. No one cared. Her and Tom Hanks and many other, I'm picking on the entertainers because they said it most vocally, but they all left and no one cares. The world went on. It did not change anything. And by the way, and we've seen this with people who've gone, some Black Americans go to Africa. We've seen people go to Canada, and then they suddenly wake up to the reality that the quality of life that they want to maintain, the freedoms that they want to have, the guarantees in justice that they expect to be the norm, do not exist. They do not exist anywhere else in the world except in America. And that's what makes us the emperor and or king of the world. And Europe is our vassal. They are dependent on us. And as part of their dependence on us, they owe us fealty. And we, the United States, in response to that, provide them protection. And we provide them services. And we provide them technology. This is the feudal ages. Nothing has changed. You want to look at people try to reimagine and reinvent politics and the world and the interactions of country after country. Nothing's really changed in history. We've always had the same kinds of structures. We have different names for those structures, the ones that are successful, but it's still the same. The United States, yeah, we're the king. Europe, they're our vassals. It's just that simple. And NATO is an aspect of that vassalage that we have. That is our knight protecting our vassals. And it's very expensive. And so Germany, our vassal, should not be speaking against their king, the United States. Now, I know there's going to be a bunch of people who are going to hear that and they're going to be ticked off. I don't care. because it's not wrong. It's the truth. It's just not politically nice. It's not worded in the most kindest and flattering way. And trust me, I've been involved in politics and I could word it nicer. I could make it sound more flowery. I could make it more appealing and make the Europeans feel like they're really important, like it's the 1800s all over again. But that would be a lie. It's a lie that's often repeated. Again, the further left you go, the more that they will repeat the lies. Why? Because it minimizes and diminishes and destroys the structure of the United States. This is them rebelling against the king. So the left will attack everything that they can that will make the king look that much weaker. But it doesn't mean I'm wrong. Oh, we got a comment here. And the comment's from Chuck. Hey, Chuck on Long Island. By the way, folks, if you're wondering who Chuck is Charles Guaria. And every Monday at 7 p.m., we have a roundtable, a panel discussion with Charles Guaria, Joe Hanush, who happens to be a libertarian, sometimes with Joe Navarra, who's a Democrat, and myself. We go in, we talk about all kinds of things. Last week, we were talking about the Florida AI bill, a Florida AI rights bill to protect you from AI intervention. It's a very interesting bill, got shot down this week in Florida, which is not necessarily a good thing. But that's who Charles is. That's who Chuck is. And Chuck says, we are an empire. I don't think most people want to admit that. I think you're right, Chuck, but I have no problem admitting it because it's true. And that doesn't, we have been sold this idea that empires are bad. Colonizers are bad. No, they're not. Colonizers are part of the reason why we have developed in terms of culture, in terms of technology, as we have. The bubonic plague was defeated because of colonization, because of communication between different cultures. That was one of the biggest things. We had the spread of Western thought because of colonization. If the Romans weren't spreading around Greek knowledge to all, pretty much most of the corners of the face of the earth, and then through Alexander the Great and also with Genghis Khan, you wouldn't have technology. You wouldn't have the internet today. Empires are not in and of themselves bad. They can do bad things. There can be bad empires, but just because it's an empire doesn't mean it's evil. It isn't Darth Vader just because it's an empire. But no one wants to say that because, well, it's not fun. And there's a bunch of teachers in a college that'll tell you, no, you're wrong, and they've got a degree. And I have 58 years of life. I have 20 years of doing actual real world politics. I love the theory that a lot of these academics would like to throw out, a lot of the theories that the activists will use on the left. I'm talking to you from real world experience. Having lived in foreign countries, having been part of the military, having run for elected office, having been involved in domestic politics, I'm giving you real world experience, not theory. This isn't academic to me. So I'm not afraid to say things that the academics, that the pundits, the people with a partisan point of view on the opposite side of me, they're afraid to say these things because if they tell you the truth, they think you won't vote the way they want you to vote. I don't care. And I say that, and I want to be very clear. I don't care how you vote. I've said it many times on this program. I will vote conservative and Republican consistently, and that's ideology, not party alignment. I vote for people who are effective and efficient, and overwhelmingly, they are going to be conservatives and Republicans because they have the most consistently effective and efficient policies for the future. They consider the consequences of their laws more than the left does. That's just my philosophy. But I never tell you, you have to vote the way I want you to vote. Well, I'm black, so you have to vote like me. No, you don't. Well, I'm 58, so you have to vote like me. No, you don't. There's nothing, I cannot compel you to vote the way I think. I can just tell you why I think what I think. I can tell you the consequences, and I can tell you the facts, and you will decide for yourself. The left doesn't believe in that. You have to do what they say. The left will tell you, what is it that Joe Biden said? You ain't black unless you vote Democrat. He said that to Charlemagne the God on Charlemagne's show to Charlemagne's face, which correctly, Charlemagne was deeply insulted by that. And then he voted Democrat. Why would you vote Democrat after being told you don't have a choice, that you're a monolith, that because some old white guy said, because he's on the left, because he's a Democrat, he told you to your face you have no choice whatsoever? And Charlemagne said, that's insulting, and did what he was told. That's terrifying. But no one will word it that way. The left won't say it that way, and the right's afraid to say it that way. But it is the truth. It is what happened. I'm not afraid to say that because it is the truth, and you should consider it. You should understand it. Anyway, so that's the thing that's going on in Germany right now. I think it's pretty important. Hang on a second. I don't know. I think I'm getting a cold. I sneezed. My eyes, I had like a slight migraine yesterday. I got some postnasal drip. I tell you, it's something else. I know nobody cares, but just letting you know. Just feels like I'm getting a cold. So that's a bit on with Germany. And as always, we will have more of the links to all the sources. And I look at many, many credible international sources on a regular basis to go through the information I'm talking to you about. And so you can see this is from CNN talking about the removal of 5,000 troops from Germany. Does that impact Europe? Not really. It's about 15% of the troops that are in Germany, and far less than that of all of the troops we have throughout Europe to protect Europe as both part of NATO and as a reminder of their vassalage to the United States. But it's enough to make an economic impact, but not enough to destroy either the defense of Germany nor their economy. Now, I do know that Donald Trump has said that he is willing to remove even more troops from Europe. By the way, the isolationists out there, the pacifists out there, the people who are screaming and have been screaming to close down U.S. military bases since John McCain, going back that far, and actually even before then, they should be thrilled. And it's really funny that they're not. You're not hearing them cheer this on. You would think that you would. I mean, that's a huge section of the progressive socialist left that have been screaming about this, as well as independents too, that have been screaming about, well, the United States needs to close its bases around the world. We need to reduce that. Okay, Donald Trump just did it. Why aren't those people celebrating this move? Why aren't they thanking Donald Trump for figuring out what they've been saying for quite some time, to become more isolationist, to be less involved with Europe? And I have to ask you, why aren't those very same leftist pundits that have been screaming to do this since John McCain was running for president, why aren't they now celebrating and thanking Donald Trump? Because it's about politics. Because TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. orange man bad. It doesn't matter what he does. It doesn't matter that Donald Trump did what they wanted. It doesn't matter that they're getting what they hoped for. It's that Donald Trump did it, and that means it must be bad. It means that it's not being done by the leftists. It's not being done by the progressives or the socialists. It's not being done by the isolationists. Therefore, it's still bad. Does that make any sense to anyone? Tell me that I've misunderstood. If there's any leftist out there, any socialist, any isolationist that says, oh, no, well, we need to close the bases, but Donald Trump is wrong, please explain that to me, because it's pretty straightforward. And you're blaming Donald Trump, but he's doing something that you've been trying to get done for decades. I don't understand. How can they complain? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, folks, which is, again, why you know for a fact this is about politics. It's not about what is actually happening. It is about the political gain in an election, in particular, in the midterm elections of 2026. This is about Democrats getting power. It has nothing to do with what's happening in the real world. It has nothing to do with whether America is safe or not, or whether or not in the future America will be successful. It has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with, will Democrats be in control? Will they have more power or less power? Will they have more money or less money? That's all this is about. That's all the complaints from the left right now. And it doesn't matter what Donald Trump does. If it makes Donald Trump more powerful, if it makes Donald Trump maintain the power he has right now, they don't care. It's orange man bad. All they care about is, will they win the next election? We saw this, and again, as a reminder, this is an extension and a continuation of the very policy that we saw during the Biden-Harris administration. The policy, the agenda of the Biden-Harris administration for 4 years was win the next election. That's all they cared about. And they lied. And we know they lied because we've now gotten the truth out. The mainstream media has now revealed the truth on many of these subjects. Now that he's no longer in office, now they're willing to say, oh yeah, the laptop, Hunter Biden's laptop, yeah, that was true. Russia was a hoax. Oh, the Ukraine phone call, that was a hoax. Oh, there was drugs in the White House. Joe Biden was losing his mind before he actually even was sworn in as president. He was already mentally deteriorating in front of their faces. And the news media hid that from you. Democrats knew it for a fact. The news media knew it for a fact. And they lied to your face and said, you were wrong. You were evil if you didn't accept the lie. They told you that the jab would protect you and that it would make sure that you were immune and you wouldn't get sick. That was a lie. They told you that there were no side effects. That was a lie. They told you if you wore 3 masks, you would be safe. That was a lie. They told you that there was no gain of research on gain of efficacy. That was a lie. They told you they weren't using beagles, cutting out their vocal cords and letting them be fed upon by mosquitoes. That was a lie. Yeah. So that's kind of important, I think. Again, I am open to hear anyone, left or right, if you think I've misunderstood, if you think what I'm saying is not logical, if it didn't make sense to you, if you need me to explain any aspect of what I have said, I will be happy to do so. Just send me the message. You can do it as a super chat. You can do it as a Rumble rant. You can just send me a text. I will be happy to answer your questions. In fact, we have a comment that just came in. So let's check it out together live. And the comment is, this is from Chuck. And Chuck says, any reason that we pull back from Europe is okay with me. As I said on his show, which is the opinion guy. He says, after World War II, we needed to be there with a big presence. That time has passed. We can be the middle of the pack NATO contributor. We really can't. We really can't. NATO cannot function without the United States. It doesn't work. It can't work. The amount of money it costs, the number of troops that it requires. Someone has to be in the lead. England doesn't have the number of troops. France doesn't have the resources. Germany has neither the troops nor the resources. There is no nation in NATO that can replace the United States. They don't exist. That's the problem that NATO is having right now. It's why they're freaking out so much. There is no replacing the United States. If we were to become middle of the pack, NATO stops existing. It cannot function. So there is no middle of the pack. Either the United States is the leader of NATO or there is no NATO. Now, I'm not saying that there should be a NATO. Many people will say, well, let's get rid of NATO. It's not been great anyway. And many Democrats, as well as many Republicans, have agreed as presidents and as Congress and politicians. And they've said for many years, let's just get rid of NATO. We really don't need it. There is a very good argument for that. There's also an argument against it. That's not the argument I'm making today. Today, I'm making the argument that Germany, as a member of NATO, dependent on NATO, with no opportunity to replace the United States, should have a bit more respect about speaking about the United States and our consequences, especially when they don't realize the political consequences of what they are saying and how it will affect not just the United States, but every country in the world. Everything that they are doing to help Iran increases the amount of global instability, the amount of global terror that exists in the world, not just today, but 5 and 10 years from today. They're not thinking about that. The longer that the Ayatollah and the IRGC exist, the more that you will see funding go to Hezbollah, the Houthis, to Hamas, to various smaller and even smaller international terrorist groups around the world. They will continue to exist. Iran will build more ballistic missiles that will be able to reach and threaten the entirety of Europe, that they will eventually be able to build ballistic missiles that will be able to reach the United States. And whether it's a dirty bomb or a nuclear bomb, they will be able to do widespread murder. And we know Iran, the IRGC, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis are more than willing to attack civilians as well as anything else. Germany is not considering any of that in their current conversation because they think they are an independent nation and that they have some power beyond what they actually do. They're refuting the fact that they are a vassal, and they are refuting that or they're trying to assert that they are independently powerful and able to influence the world. They can't. And I know there's a lot of Germans who are probably pissed at me right now and going, how can you say that about Germany? Take a look at Germany. Take a look at Europe. What I'm saying is absolutely true. It may be unpleasant for our allies, but it's true. It is a fact, and it is irrefutable. So I hope that answers your question, Chuck, or responds to your comment. And thank you for the comment. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Without America leading NATO, there is no NATO. At that point, just leave. We don't go to the middle pack. We just aren't there. Those are the only two options we have. Either we lead NATO or there is no NATO. Those are the only two things. And to be fair, there is a need for NATO. Therefore, the United States needs to lead NATO. What we need to do is what is being done is to smack around our vassals to remind them that this isn't the 1800s and they don't have nearly the power, the muscle, the economy to actually do things like they used to. They're used to be a Prussian empire. They're used to be the British global empire. They don't exist anymore. So get over it. They don't want to. France is really probably the worst of the entire bunch is France. France absolutely believes that they're still the political center of the world. They literally think that they're still just as great a political influencer as they were back in the 1800s. They're not even close. Not for a long time. Some would say not since Napoleon. I would say not since the First World War. At the beginning of the First World War, France lost all of their clout. When the Ethiopians beat, Ethiopians beat Italy, but they beat France too. So there you go. That was about it. That was the end of it. But I hope that, again, I respect your opinion, Chuck. That's my difference with it. Not that I disagree with everything you said, but that nuance to it, I think that does make a very big difference about the outcome of it. I hope that makes sense to you. If it doesn't, just ask. Again, I'm happy to hear comments from everyone. And please feel free, anyone. You can also do a super chat. It helps. Please, I like to keep the lights on. Please consider going over to Patreon because that actually helps a lot. Patreon, you can go to PayPal. If you want to make a donation, we'd love it. Or you can use what you see here with super chats or RumbleRants. That helps as well. We appreciate all the support. Literally, though, just like, share, subscribe. If you've learned something new, even if you don't agree with it, if it's made you think for more than 30 seconds, which is more than you've gotten from all of the mainstream news media in the last 10 years, please give me a like, subscribe. It makes a massive difference. Chuck also has another comment. He says, how about an incremental withdrawal by the United States simultaneously to EU, to the European Union and the United Kingdom, growing their militaries? That's what's on the table right now, and they're not doing it. The United States has made a very strong signal for under the first and now the second Trump administration, he's made it very clear. This is the reason why he said they had to increase their NATO spending, defensive spending, to 2.5%. And now we've gone and said, well, they have to increase it to 5%. That wasn't what was being said under Biden. That was said under Trump and enacted under Trump, and again enacted under Trump the second time. Not under Biden, not under Clinton. So Donald Trump has been trying to force this conversion. And if you notice, under Trump, we really haven't removed, up until now, our NATO forces. We have reduced them now, but that's very sudden, it's very new, and that's why Europe is freaking out, because they're afraid now that they would have to be responsible. Here's something that people don't really think about this. It's really not well explained by the news media. Part of the reason why Europe is freaking out so bad, and England as well, this is money they've never had to spend before. They are spending it on luxuries and joys. France is a great example of that. The reason why the French can retire with so much luxury, why there are so many unions, why the French people can protest every other month and shut down the entire country, is because they don't have to spend money on defense. That money that they would be spending, that they're spending now to appease this union or that union, or to increase the retirement of everyone in the country, to have as much socialism as France has, the only way they could afford that is because the United States is paying for defending France for France. They can't afford it. They can't do all of the socialism and defend themselves. They can't do both. They can do one or the other. They can't do both. And so, but France isn't trying to fix their economy. They're not trying to give up some of the luxury, and they're all really luxury, but the luxury policies that France uses, they won't give them up. They're used to them now. And much like here in the United States, once you do something, once you give the public something that's free, you can never take it away. The people will revolt. The people will say, wait a minute, you gave me something free, give me more. You can't stop doing it. And that's the problem that France has. It's also a problem the United States is having, especially in the bluer than blue states. Once you do this, you can't stop. It never ends. And that's the problem for France right now. The United States, they can complain all they want, but they know they can't replace us. Not if they want to keep the socialism they have, and the people will not give up the entitlements that they have been given for decades upon decades now. They're screwed. This is why Europe and England are freaking out. They can't live the life they've been living because it was, you can call them a bird in a gilded cage. They've been living the life of Riley. And now they're expected to go back and earn it. And they don't know how. That's the problem for Europe right now. It's not a U.S. problem. It's a them problem. Let's see. And Chuck goes on to say, I respect your opinion as well. That's what this country should always be. Free and open exchange of ideas and opinions. Oh, I absolutely agree with that. Absolutely true. And people, that's why I keep saying, if someone disagrees with me, I'm happy to hear it because I'm very confident in what I'm saying because I do a lot of work, a lot of research, a lot of understanding, and a lot of experience to say to you and everyone every week what I do explain and what I say and what I think. But that doesn't mean I'm perfect. I'm the first one to admit I don't know everything. I could be wrong. I don't believe I am. I have absolutely high confidence in what I'm saying to you. That's why I make the statements about the food crisis and why I'm showing you the evidence and why I implored everyone to start stockpiling in advance of the price hikes that I am absolutely confident will happen. But I can't guarantee it. But I have all the evidence points to me being correct, and that the mainstream media doesn't want to tell you that because they have a political agenda that they are trying to protect. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe I will be wrong. I doubt it. But at least I'm willing to have the conversation with you. At least I'm willing to do that. Okay, we got another comment. Oh my, we're getting all kinds of comments now. This is a comment from Destrayer63. Hey, how you doing? He says, John Nash proved mathematically that it is better to help ourselves plus others. We need allies. NATO countries have given more since Trump took office. Shaking the fist too much could backfire. Spain is a problem child in mom's basement. Okay. Good points. Now, for people who don't know, let me put the wrong thing away. John Nash, by the way, is a Pulitzer Prize. He won a Nobel Prize. He's a Nobel Prize winning mathematician. If you remember the John Howard movie, A Beautiful Mind, with Russell Crowe, great film, by the way. Really great film. Not an action film or anything like that. It's just a slice of life drama film talking about the life of John Nash, this real man. And he has, I believe it's schizophrenia. He sees people who aren't real. And so that's been a lifelong problem for him. As he got older, he developed, it came up that he has schizophrenia, and that's always a challenge for him. But he's a mathematician at one of the Ivy colleges. I'm not sure if it's Harvard or one of the others, but one of the Ivy Leagues. Brilliant man. And so, yes, he does have this mathematical theory that he won the Nobel Prize for, saying that independently, you can get a lot done by yourself. But if you use others to help you, you can get even more done. You can achieve even greater things. And to a certain extent, I agree with that. Except we have to understand, while that's mathematically the way it works, real life is based on emotion, power, and the perception of power and emotion. It's like the stock market. The stock market doesn't go up and down every day because the value of your stock changed between today and tomorrow. That's not what happens. And I know this as a former stockbroker myself. I can tell you what happens day to day has nothing to do with the value of the stock. I've bought many, many stocks when they're up or down, and it has nothing to do with, I was buying it for my clients. It had nothing to do with whether people liked it or not today. It had to do with the intrinsic value. But that isn't important to people's perception. It is the perception, it's the feeling about that stock at any given moment that makes the price go up or down. And the more people have emotions about it, the more the price goes up and down. That's the volatility. That's more people's feelings clashing with each other. And that feeling could just be greed. That's it. It could be as simple as that. Someone's greedy, and so they're clashing, and that's why the price goes up and down a lot. We saw that with oil speculation over the last 2 months. Part of the reason why it's gone up to $125 and currently is at $108 isn't because of anything other than speculation. It's part of the reason why we're seeing the indication. Why is the price of wheat, as I showed you, why has it been trending up, up, up at such a huge inflationary rate? That's based on feelings. They haven't even planted the wheat yet. They haven't really planted most of the wheat crops. They don't get planted, most of them, until the end of fall, the end of summer, the beginning of fall. So they're already making the bets on the feeling. So that is very important. And because that is the real world is influenced by the perceptions of strength, the perceptions of who is right or wrong at any given moment. That changes John Nash's idea, at least in my opinion, of mutual support. Because the support isn't, even when it's for the same goal, it is also motivated by the perception of that goal and what you will get. And if you have someone, as in my example of Germany, when they're not thinking about the long-term consequence of what they are doing, well, their support isn't enough to get the goal that they want. They want more global stability. They want less power and control from the United States. The way to get that isn't by helping Iran. It is actually, in fact, by helping the United States to reduce the political warfare that is happening so that we can get to an end to the conflict more quickly. But because their perception is altered by Orange Man bad, they're not seeing the consequence of their actions. They're not looking past next election. They're not thinking about, what about in 5 years? What about in 10? They're not thinking about that. They're not thinking about, if the Ayatollah remains in power, this doesn't end. We do this again in a couple of years. This will happen again, and it will be bigger and bloodier, and it will be harder. We let it wait until 47 years, and that's why it's so difficult and so bad now. And if we don't do something, if we don't resolve this fully now, we will be back in this conflict in 5 to 10 years. We were always going to be in this conflict. The question is, when and how much power would Iran have when this conflict came? And Germany, most of the EU, they're not thinking about that. That's my way of seeing it. If you think I'm wrong, I can appreciate that. You may say it's something else. And as you said, with Spain, for those who do not know, not only has Donald Trump lashed out at Germany with the tariff and also reducing of troops, in Spain's case, Donald Trump has suggested, as the preeminent power of NATO, that we kick Spain, which is a member of NATO, to kick them out, to basically leave them on their own. Basically, they're no longer part of the treaty. They don't get the defense. So they, unlike Germany or say France, who are being told, well, now you've got to pay your fair share of defense. Spain is being told, you don't get any help whatsoever. You've got to pay for your own defenses. You've got to cover all the costs, and you get none of the benefits. Nothing. We won't help you. We won't protect you. And you have to take the burden on 100% instantly right now. That is what Trump has threatened. Again, it's because Spain isn't thinking of the consequences of the political war that is going on right now. They don't see the same outcome that I'm explaining that Trump has been envisioning. They don't see it because they don't care. They don't have to care. And that, I think, is a big factor in it. Now, not everyone will agree with me on that, but I think that's the way I see it. I hope it makes sense. And again, you're never going to get this from CNN. You're never going to get this from ABC News. You're never going to have this conversation with MS Now. They will refuse. They absolutely abhor telling you the truth. They have a political objective. They have an agenda, and that agenda is you have to vote Democrat, give more power to Democrats and to progressives, so they don't care what they don't tell you as long as you vote the way they want. And that's kind of upsetting. Let me see. We have Destrayer says, Marco Rubio should be calling the EU nations for Trump. Feelings and motion over advantage. He is. Marco Rubio's been very, very impressive and active as a member of the Secretary of State. I think he's done a phenomenal job. It's one of the reasons why he is basically in second place for the running for the 2028 presidential election. I don't think he'll run for president. He may run as vice president, but I don't think he'll run for president. I think J.D. Vance will run for president. In fact, according to polling, do I have it here? I can show it to you guys. Yeah, I have it. Hang on one second. Where is it? There. Okay, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. What? I hate the online ID process that everything on the internet is doing nowadays. Okay, so, oops, let me take that down. Come on. There we go. Okay. So what you see here, this is the 2028 Republican presidential nomination. These are the numbers right now. And it's been going on for a while. A lot of people most people aren't paying attention to it yet. Politicos like me, political consultants, we're paying attention to this already. And people are putting together teams and trying to help various candidates and raising money already. We're already in the beginning of the 2028 election cycle. It officially starts after December of this year will be the start of the 2028 presidential race run. But already we see that J.D. Vance is at 45%, with Trump Jr. at 14.8 and Marco Rubio at 14. Nobody else comes in double digits. And quite honestly, no one else has a realistic chance. DeSantis, the current governor of Florida, he's at, what is it? Where is he? He's at the bottom here. 7.5. He's in single digits. He's not even counted. Oh, yeah, he is. He's in every one of the polls that have been done, but He barely, I think he's only gotten one time where he's gotten into double digits. He's a non-factor in the 2028. And if you're talking about Rand Paul, RFK Jr., Haley, Tucker Carlson, they got Tucker Carlson in here. Ridiculous. Ted Cruz, Tulsi Gabbard, none of them at this moment are factors. I think you may see Ted Cruz, if he's serious, and I don't think he is, for 2028, you may see him get up there. He'll get part of the double digits as we get into 2027. So you'll see that change. Rand Paul won't change. Kennedy, RFK will not improve. Nikki Haley, Tucker Carlson, Tulsi Gabbard, they're gone. They're out. They're not realistic. They're not real. They're not going to be challengers. But J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio are consistently, in every single poll that has been done, they have consistently been getting double-digit returns, and I see those numbers increasing. The only two people, realistically, who have a chance on the Republican ticket for 2028, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and I would not be surprised if Marco Rubio runs as vice president to J.D. Vance so that in 2032 or beyond, Marco Rubio would run for president himself. I could see that absolutely happening, and that would probably be a landslide win at this point. I think that Marco Rubio has been doing an exceptional job. The thing that we have to keep in mind, and so in saying that, let me again address comment there. There we go. Hang on one second. There it is. So your comment is, should Rubio be talking to the EU? He is. The thing is, no matter, Rubio is lockstep with Trump on this opinion about NATO, about the vassalage of Europe, and about the political war that is happening right now, in particular with Iran. So I don't think he's got a different opinion there. A lot of people may say, Mike, you just don't understand. I think I do. And I think what I'm saying makes a lot of sense. You may not agree with it 100%, but I think the more that you think about it and look at all of the factors involved, the more that you will come to agree with my opinion to some extent. Maybe it's only 80%, maybe 50%, but you're not going to say I'm wrong. I don't think anyone thinks I'm wrong politically on this, except maybe progressives. I think progressives will look at it and go, no, you just don't understand it. It's nothing like that. They're all going to lose. I mean, that's basically what the leftists say right now is, oh, no, Trump's losing. He's going to lose completely. The Democrats are going to sweep. They're going to have every seat in Congress. They're going to have all the seats in the Senate. And America is going to become a socialist nation, and we're going to scrap the Constitution and the amendments and rewrite and have human rights for everyone. By the way, that is the ideology, that is the political goal of the leftist class in America. Ask the progressive, the Democratic Socialists of America, BLM, Antifa. Ask the left if everything I just said is exactly what they want, and they will tell you, yes, this is their ideology. Those are their goals. Unrealistic, will not happen, but that's what they want. And so we'll see what happens there. Let's see. Destroyer also says, so glad I could join you. Well, I'm glad that you joined me as well. I love having questions and being asked why I think the things I do. Says, I'm a busy guy lately. I'm glad. A lot of people aren't, so I'm glad you're doing well. I'm not sure how long I can stay. That's okay. I understand people come in and out of the show. It's a long show because I take time to talk to you guys, and I explain a lot. I have, I'm gregarious is the term that they use. So it's no problem. You can always come back and watch the show afterwards. Some people listen to it as they sleep. They like my voice. Thanks for the polling numbers. Yeah, and that's some real clear politics. And again, after the show, I'll have a link after I walk my dog. Then I come back and I put the link to everything I've discussed throughout the show, and I put it up there for you so that you can see all of the data for yourself and make your own decisions. I never assume that. Don't take me for my word. Always double check. The data will be up there. He goes, I agree with Trump's actions 90% of the time. I'm about 85%, believe it or not. A lot of people think, oh my God, you believe everything Trump ever says. 85% of it. I agree with 85% of what he says. It's not 100%, but then again, no one gets 100%. So, there you go. And he goes on to say, I disagree with Trump's words 80% of the time. Yeah, I'd say the same thing. Trump says things often the worst way possible, sometimes on purpose. Remember, some of the things he says, like if it refers to war, conflict, a battle of wills of different countries, he often says things to attack and antagonize. He's purposefully a asshole, for lack of better words. He does it on purpose sometimes. Sometimes it's natural. Sometimes he's doing it on purpose. Why? Because if you piss someone off, they're going to react emotionally. At least that's the goal, is to get them to react emotionally, which will show off and highlight their weaknesses, which allows you to better fight them. This is true in a fist fight. This is true on international politics. It's different scale, different manner in which you're fighting, but it's the same logic. It's the same mentality. You as a nation are pissing off another nation to expose their weaknesses and to better manipulate them to win the fight that you're having. Even though it's political, it's the same thing as having a fist fight. And I do believe he often says things just to have that emotional impact. So there we go. Destrayer says, Rubio is much better spoken than Trump. He is. But also remember, Rubio is more of an establishment Republican than Donald Trump. Donald Trump really isn't a Republican. Let's be honest. He's not. Historically, throughout his life, he's not a Republican. He's more of a blue dog Democrat, more of a center-right Republican traditionally. He just hasn't shifted the people like to say the Overton window or where is America. The left has been moving left consistently, constantly for decades. Donald Trump didn't move. He started off as kind of a blue dog Democrat in New York politics. New York kept going left. Donald Trump didn't move. He then became a centrist. And the left kept moving to the left. And they started going into the Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, into the Jose Vegas, into the Zoran Mandami communist socialist ideology. Donald Trump didn't move. Now he's firmly in the right. That doesn't make him a Republican. Doesn't make him right-leaning as a consequence, but it doesn't make him a Republican per se. So there is that difference. Hal says, who said we're going to scrap the Constitution? Actually, until it was removed in 2000, I believe it's 2021, on the Democratic Socialist website. Up until then, as I recall, they maintained part of their goals on their website was to remove the Constitution and to replace it with UN human rights. I haven't checked it recently, but I believe it's still on their website. I believe so. If I'm wrong I'm not sure if they removed it or if they kept it, but I do know that they, at one point, and I believe it was around 2021, up until then, that they had on their website, they want to replace the Constitution with UN human rights. Matter of fact, AOC ran on that. It was one of the principles that she ran on. It's not a new thing. It's not unknown. It's a fact. Matter of fact, we heard from Antifa. We've heard from several groups. BLM also believed in removing the Constitution and replacing it with UN human rights. And they are also a socialist progressive organization. They also believed in removing the nuclear family. And up until 2018, they had that as part of their website until they got a bunch of blowback across the entire nation. Then they removed that part of their webpage. They rejiggered all of their goals, and they hid that from the public. But yeah, originally they wanted to get rid of the nuclear family because the nuclear family was a reinforcement of the Constitution and the traditional Western nation values. They wanted to get rid of all of that and replace it with UN human rights, which is less free. So yeah, they've always said that. Let's see. And Australia says, is Hal a contrarian? Sometimes he is, and sometimes he just wants to make sure that I'm not just blowing smoke up people's butts, that I'm actually talking from knowledge and making sure that I'm being accurate. I respect that. That's okay. I don't mind that people are contrarians or that they double check me or they say, Mike, where do you get this from? How do you know this? You know, I'll tell you. Sometimes I have a bad memory. Well, I don't really, but sometimes I mistake things. Sometimes I misremember. Very rare. Doesn't happen very often, but it's possible. Or there's new news that comes out, new updates that I'm unaware of. I mean, I'm one man. I'm not CNN. I don't got 10,000 employees. I have me. I don't even have a second employee. I have just me, which is yet another reason. Please do consider doing a super chat, Rumble Rant. Go to Patreon. It's only $1.50 a month. I mean, there's nothing. You try and subscribe to anything on the internet for $1.50 a month. You can't. But you can get my content. It's free, but $1.50 a month would help a lot. So there you go. Let's see. Oh, you meant Trump. Is Trump contrarian? Yes. Yes, he often is. Yeah. Historically, he definitely is. Donald Trump he's a contrarian to the establishment. Absolutely true. And always has been. He was a contrarian as he was a Democrat. He's a contrarian as a Republican because he doesn't really fit any of the traditional definitions of the right or the left. So he is somewhat out beyond or outside of the establishment. Marco Rubio and also J.D. Vance, they are far more establishment based, maintaining the systems that exist right now. They're more likely to maintain them and work with the system that exists as is, rather than trying to make significant changes. As an example, I would say to you that, and thank you for saying that I'm okay, but as an example, when we look at Marco Rubio, would Marco Rubio or even J.D. Vance, would they have ended U.S. aid, which 83% of that department of the government was completely useless? Whether it was mostly it was CIA assets buying and bribing different countries around the world, but it was a lot of waste of our money to try and influence various countries. It was absolutely useless. It was billions upon billions of dollars for no good reason. 83% of US aid, useless. Would that ever have been stopped were it not for Trump being an outsider, not being an establishment Republican or part of the establishment system? No. The establishment, and that means Obama, Biden, Bush 1 and 2, they all lived with it. They lived inside the establishment and they allowed that corruption to happen because it was part of the system and how things worked. And it was easier to just let that continue to get other things done. It was only the Trump administration, it's only Trump, who actually thought outside the box and said, well, I'm not part of the establishment. It isn't okay. That corruption is part of the problem, so we have to get rid of it. So yeah, he's very contrarian in that sense. And J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio aren't. Which is just the reality of where they stand. That doesn't make them good guys or bad guys. It does make them different, though. Not everyone talks about that. I do, but not everyone does. All right, let me move on to a new subject. Hang on one second. We're 2 hours in, folks. How you enjoying yourself so far? I'm enjoying the conversation. And thank you, by the way, Hal and Destrayer. And also, I want to thank Chuck for making your comments and asking the questions. I do enjoy a lot being questioned and asked. We're having this conversation. Makes it far more worthwhile. So I wanted to address something as well. I've talked on it on and off for years now. And this has nothing to do with the international. Let's put the international aside. I dealt with that pretty well for 2 hours now. I think we have a good understanding, far more so than if you were on mainstream news media. You'd never get any of this. They don't want to have that conversation. But here's another conversation that is much closer to home in America, and it's affecting a lot of people in a lot of ways you're not thinking it's affecting you. This is in New York politics. And I've talked about it before. You may have heard of or heard about the New York governor's race. In 2026, New York will be electing somebody for governor. At the moment, based on polling, it appears that Kathy Hochul will be reelected by 20, maybe 30 points. She has two competitors, realistically, there's only two other people in the race. There is the Republican, who is Bruce Blakeman, and there is also the Libertarian independent candidate, Larry Sharpe. Now, I've said very clearly many times, I am a personal friend of Larry Sharpe. He is a Marine like myself. I have known him and interviewed him over the last 10 years. And I've spoken to him both privately, as a person and a friend, and also professionally. And I've done multiple interviews with him, been on shows with him, so forth. I agree with Larry on certain policies, and I absolutely disagree with him on certain other policies. As a sum total, I support Larry Sharpe for governor of New York. He's a libertarian, an independent. We disagree on some issues, and net, overall, even with the things that I disagree with and I don't like, I will tell you that I believe Larry Sharpe is the most effective and most efficient person to be the governor of New York. He has more solutions and better solutions for New York than anyone else that is running for governor, hands down. And you can go to his website, larrysharpe.com. You can look it up for yourself. Look at his policy positions. You will not, depending on who you are, you probably won't agree with all of them, but you'll agree with most of them. And he actually has a plan. Kathy Hochul doesn't, and Bruce Blakeman certainly does not. They don't even try. So there you go. Now, that's my bias in talking about the New York governor's race. I want you to know I have no problem mentioning up front when I have a bias in some of these stories. I mean, like a big bias when I'm presenting this information to you. Never going to hide that from you. So that's why I support Larry, not just because he's my friend, and that's why I'm not supporting Bruce Blakeman. Now, one of the biggest things that you will hear on a regular basis, let me blow this up for you guys, is Bruce Blakeman, who is the county executive of Nassau County, Long Island, New York. That's not part of New York City. It's separate of it, okay? And he's a Republican. He's won. He's been in several elections. He's lost many of them, but he did win most recently Nassau County executive. Fantastic. And immediately tried to run for governor of New York. Okay. He has no policies. None. He has verbally done one interview with the New York Post where he is given an outline of what he might have policies on. That is not the same thing as having an actual policy. Talking to an interview, like with me or any other member of the press, and saying, well, I'd like to try and do X, Y, and Z is not a policy. That's a campaign promise. It's an in-depth, maybe more detailed campaign promise, but it's a campaign promise. Put it in writing, then it's a policy. That's a plan. Telling me that, well, I want to work on crime and I want to work on cutting taxes, that's just an elaborate campaign promise to me. And I've dealt with too many politicians in too many elections in the last 2 decades to take it any differently. If you actually have a plan, you'd put it in writing. It's not, if you don't have it in writing, it's just a campaign promise. It means nothing. That's my opinion. You may disagree with that. That's perfectly fine. But these are my criteria on how I evaluate for myself candidates. Bruce Blakeman, one of the biggest things that he likes to go and boast about is safety. He wants to be known as the candidate to make New York safe, to make New York as safe as Nassau County. That's one of his big things. He says, in Nassau County, I made it the safest county in America, which is highly disputed. There have been polls that have said people in Nassau think they are safer than the rest of the country. There is no definitive fact that Nassau County is the safest in the nation that I have been able to find. That's just the truth. But that's his opinion based on a poll, so he can say that. That's fine. It's just not true. It's not an empirical fact. It's his feeling. Okay. And he says, when I am governor, no New Yorker will have to fear for their life on their way to work. I want to be very clear about that. So he has made a definitive attack against Kathy Hochul, against the Democrats, Mondami, the progressive left. He has made a definitive promise that if he were to be elected governor of New York, that crime would end. Now, you may say, Mike, that's just hyperbolic. Obviously, that's not what he means. That's what he said. He's a candidate. He is held accountable to his words. The same thing that I would say about when Kathy Hochul said that the New York subway was safe 2 days after a woman was set on fire by an illegal alien. And I came onto these airwaves and I said to you, my audience, and the world, and said, she's full of crap and that there is no greater safety and that she was lying to your face, which the news media has conveniently forgotten since because she's running for re-election. I did not forget. And I called her out on that and said, no, you can't say the subway is safer, even though you put in 750 National Guard troops into the subway, mostly in Manhattan, almost exclusively in Manhattan, not in the Bronx, not in Queens, not Brooklyn, none of the boroughs. You put them in Manhattan, where the rich people are, where the money is. And she lied. And I called her out for it because she deserved it, because she said, you're going to be safer. And she lied. She lied to your face. So I called her out. I will do the same thing for Republicans when they lie. And I have done that consistently on this program, much to the chagrin of many Republicans who get pissed off at me when I bring up, no, Republicans screwed up just as much. And I will call them out for that. I know. And here he is. So when Bruce Blakeman on May 1st, that's 2 days ago, came out and said, you, members of New York, will be safe if he's in charge, that you will not have any fear because he's going to make you as safe as Nassau County. These are his words. And I called him out for that. Safest. An illegal alien yesterday was captured in Nassau County. He killed 2 women. He stabbed them to death. Gun control doesn't matter. Throw the gun control out. Stop with that crap. It's useless. The guy used a knife. illegal alien, out of the blue, been in America for 10 years, came into America under the, sorry, that's my phone going. He came into America under the Obama Biden administration. He stayed in America. He's been here for 10 years. He's been working in Nassau County, which is a crime. Don't know how he's working. Illegal aliens cannot work by law. They don't have social security numbers. They don't have a right to work in America. He was allowed to work in a Wendy's in Nassau County as an illegal alien, which is controlled by Bruce Blakeman. So he's already failed in his promise of keeping illegal aliens out of New York. He's already failed in his promise to keep jobs for American citizens. And then that illegal alien, for some unknown reason, lost his mind, stabbed two women, one of them being his roommate, one being his coworker, stabbed them to death. There goes his safety. As he said, you will be safe. You do not have to fear for your life. Except in Nassau County, women fear from the lies from illegal aliens. If you think I'm making up the story, let me just happen to show you. Here it is. This is from ABC News. Do you see this? ABC News. This is a left-leaning news organization in New York. You're not hearing about this nationally. The national news services don't want to talk about this. They don't want you to think about how dangerous illegal aliens are and how in places like New York, a sanctuary city and a sanctuary state, illegal aliens are still deeply infested in this city, in this state, and some of them are a threat. They don't want you to think about that because you might not vote Democrat. But in this case, you might not vote Republican either because Bruce Blakeman lied to your face. Bruce Blakeman is a liar. You're not going to be safer because his policies don't make you safe. They're not even trying. He doesn't have a policy. If he had a policy, we would have something to hold him against. Now, everything I've said is in this article. I had this one part that was highlighted. There it is. Police say that Alvarenga Rivera came to the United States illegally at the age of 12, 10 years ago. That's the Obama-Biden administration. Officers linked him to the earlier killing of his roommate, as well as the woman in the Wendy's. He's an illegal alien. He isn't supposed to be in the country. It is illegal for him to work. He's been here for 10 years. Hey, Bruce Blakeman, you're all about getting rid of illegal aliens. Why didn't you call ICE? Why was this guy allowed to stay in our country? You're the county executive. You're saying you're making it really safe. You're saying you're going to help deport all of the illegal aliens. Here's an illegal alien in your county. You did not deport him, and he killed two women. I'm holding you to your word, Bruce Blakeman. This is what you said. This is what you guaranteed. This is your promise and your reason to get votes. And you have blatantly lied to the American people. You blatantly lied to New Yorkers. You promised them a safety you can't even guarantee the constituents you already have, let alone the constituents in Broome County, over in Western New York, in Northern New York. You can't guarantee their safety. Your policies, whatever they might be, because I don't know them, you won't write them down, are not effective. By your own words, they're not effective. By your words 2 days ago, you were going to make it so that no one would be afraid. I think there's a lot of women who are afraid right now. They were stabbed to death by an illegal alien, a psycho. They're afraid. It happened at a Wendy's. One of the murders was at a Wendy's, out in the public. No one feels safe about that. By the way, illegal aliens don't feel safe either. They're just as bad off because there's a bunch of illegal aliens. Some of them are good people. It's not like I've never met an illegal alien before. I'm from the Bronx. Okay. My family's been here for 55 years. I can tell you, and we're American citizens, by the way. We've been in the Bronx in this one location for 55 years. And I can tell you, I've met lots of illegal aliens over the years. Some of them good people, some of them absolute criminals, disgusting scum of the earth. Some. So I get it. I do get it. But guess what, Bruce? You're not doing your job. You failed. And I know it wasn't because you were upstate New York. I know it's not because you're campaigning across New York that you're talking to average, real people, because you don't do that. There's no evidence of you doing it. Even your own team with their communications, and by the way, they're doing a great job of copying Larry Sharp's communications team's work, but they can't even fake you talking to another human being. You only talk to politicians, and you make speeches at press conferences, not one-on-one to people, and your speeches always say the same thing. You're going to be safe. Kathy Hochul's a danger. Guess what? You're not making them any safer. Now, some people will say, well, Mike, why are you picking on Bruce Blakeman? He's a Republican. Because I hold all of the politicians accountable. If Larry Sharp made a policy and it abjectly blew up in his face, it completely failed and endangered the public, I would call him out. And Larry knows it. You can ask Larry Sharp, even though we're personal friends, if something blew up in his face, something that he promised could not happen and did, he will tell you. Mike will call him out on that. Absolutely. Like I would any politician. And I called out Kathy Hochul when she made the same kind of lie, the same kind of misrepresentation to the public as Bruce Blakeman is doing right now. I'm holding them equally accountable for their impossible, ridiculous lie to the public that if you give me your vote, you will be safe. That is a lie. They don't have policies that will make you safe. Bruce Blakeman believes in gun control. He believes in red flag laws. He wants to take away your rights for the Second Amendment. He wants to, let me be more accurate, he wants to diminish your right to self-defend in New York State, which means you're less safe. Kathy Hochul wants to get rid of all of your rights. She wants to get rid of, especially the Second Amendment. She wants to destroy your rights on the Second Amendment. Bruce Blakeman just wants to reduce them. Both leave you more in danger. If those women, those two women, if they were able to conceal carry, maybe they'd be alive today. Maybe if it were possible for anyone in New York State to legally own firearms and to be able to carry them, maybe those women would have been able to defend themselves from this insane, illegal alien that was working in the community. We'll never know. Now we will never know. But what I do know is that the supposed outline, the verbal outline of his promises did not come true. His statement on X to the public, to voters, that he is guaranteeing, is a lie. And if he's just, well, Mike, that's hyperbolic, he didn't mean everyone, then he shouldn't have said it. If he didn't mean it, he shouldn't say it. And if you notice, he will never, I have been sending messages over to the Blakeman team for months because I am a member of the press. And I do take that very seriously. Yes, I have an opinion. I have a preference, as does every single person in the news media. They all vote and they all have preferences. They just don't tell you what they are. I will. But when I do my interviews, I do them neutral. I do them fair. Harsh questions for everyone, fair questions for everyone. You don't believe me? Go ask Jose Vega, who is a progressive socialist, and he got a fair interview. He'll tell you that himself. So let me say it again. Bruce Blakeman is a liar. He will not make you safe because he did not make people safe for his own constituents. And he's not willing to provide any evidence, any shred of fact to make me think that he will treat the rest of the state any better. Kathy Hochul is no better. Remember, when 2 days after a woman was set on fire, an illegal alien set a woman on fire in the New York subway system, Kathy Hochul said, keep the border open, let the illegal aliens in, and took a selfie on a different train saying, don't worry, you're safe. Lied to your face. Do I advise you voting for Kathy Hochul? No, I do not. Do I think you should vote for Bruce Blakeman? No, I do not. Do I think you should vote for Larry Sharpe? I am voting for him. You can make up your mind. You could also write in Mickey Mouse. You can put in Daffy Duck. You can go and vote for, I don't know, John Wick. I don't care. But I can tell you, you shouldn't vote for Kathy Hochul and you shouldn't vote for Bruce Blakeman for the same reason. They will lie to your face to get your donation and your vote. And neither of them have policies that will actually do what they say. Least of all, protect you. And they should be called out for that. The right news media, the pundits, won't point this out. The left, they don't want to talk about it either for the same reasons I've already brought up, although they will probably attack Blakeman on this. But you know what? I'm equal opportunity. I'll call them both out. All right. With that being said, hey, Bronner. Bronner says, hey, everyone, he's running late. The missus have been cracking the whip. Well, that's what the missus is there for. Of course she cracked the whip on you. The missus always cracks the whip on the mister, don't they? And that's not necessarily a bad thing. And it's not as naughty as some of you people are thinking about. Get that out of your mind. But we're going to take a quick break, folks. I'm going to walk my dog. We've been going for about 2.5 hours now, which is normally when I take a short break and I walk my dog. I get to have a cigarette, and you guys get to have a chance to go to the bathroom, get something to eat, kiss your wife, hug your husband, or whatever the hell it is that you might do. You'll be able to do that all. But and what I'm going to do is I'm going to play, and we're going to be talking about this a little. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. Hang on. Stop. All right. Yeah, I like Bronner's response. Keeps me out of trouble. Hey, happy wife, happy life. That's the saying. There's a reason why it's a saying. It's true. It's absolutely true. When I had my missus, I guarantee you, keeping her happy was a big part of my life. And when she was happy, I was generally happy. So there you go. Obviously, I wasn't that great at it because I'm single now, but what the hell? Yep, I'm going to be walking my dog, have a cigarette, and we're going to be back in about 45 minutes. So that means 5:45, we will be back. In the meantime, we're going to, I'm going to play, this is from earlier this week. This is the conversation talking about voting rights and racism in the South and whether or not black people have did Trump take away all their rights? Did the right take away the ability of black people to vote forever and ever? Because that's what the left is telling you. That's a lie. And I'm going to point it out. And we'll talk more about it when we get back, because there's a couple of points I left out. But I'm going to go through the history of it so that you understand with absolute clarity that will not be given to you by the Huffington Post or the Daily Kos or CNN. They're never going to have this conversation with you because they want you to believe that black people are slaves and it's because of Republicans, and they're lying. So I'm going to play that, and I'll be back in 45 minutes. I look forward to talking to each of you in just a few moments.
Digital flames, no sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful flight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed, standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is April 30th, and it's currently 6:32 in the evening. I hope you're having a good evening. You've had a good start to your weekend. I know it's not Friday yet, but we can hope. But I did want to take a moment to speak with everyone. As you know, those who've been with us for the last 9 years, you know that I do a Sunday live stream at 2:30 p.m. every week. And we've been doing that for 9 years in a row. But I also do videos throughout the week, very often on many different topics. And I was caught by this news, this very interesting topic, which is a hot button issue across America about Black Americans being able to vote, about redistricting and changing the balance in the 2026 and assuredly in the 2028 presidential election. But there's a lot of questions here. And on the surface, the claim of racism is very strong. It's something that's omnipresent. And many people may have heard about this by this point, that, well, it's all about racism. It's all about trying to get back to the 1950s, that Republicans are trying to bring America back to the 1950s. They want racism back. They want Jim Crow back. But is any of that true? There's a lot of rhetoric. There's a lot of language to make people get very excited and incite potentially violence. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to speak about this today, because we believe in free speech. We believe in your right to talk about the difficult issues and to talk about the consequences of the actions of our elected officials, not just here in the United States, but around the world. And that's why we have an audience of over 100 countries to our live streams. And I look forward to hearing your comments, whether you're on YouTube or Facebook, on Twitter, on Rumble, whatever platform that you're seeing this on, I look forward to seeing your comments both live and after the live stream. So tonight I'm going to try and address some of the key big questions and some of the questions that you in the audience will be asking. If you disagree with me, tell me why. I'm happy to have that conversation with you. And I'll go through what I see happening and what I think are the consequences. Let's see what's happening in America without having to resort to telling each other that, calling each other names or slurs or trying to demonize each other. Let's try to just understand what's actually happening. Okay, so let me start off with something really simple. I think, and by the way, thank you everyone checking in. Thank you, Brower. You're with us. I'm very happy to see you here. Thank you for stopping in. And I'll be checking back on the comments as we go throughout the show. I'm going to start off with something real simple. Let's understand where we're at this moment. So the Supreme Court, in looking at Louisiana, which was redistricting in 2022, based off of the 2020 census, we saw that Louisiana had to redistrict like most states do after a census, and they decided to have 6 districts in their state. They lost some population for a lot of reasons. And the state is 30% black. And I'll go into that in more detail in a moment. But 30% of the population are black. Most of them, or about a third of that total population for the state, are located in 2 places. Baton Rouge and New Orleans. They have huge strongholds. In particular, in New Orleans, and I'll go into this in some detail, majority of the population is black. So there was a district based on the 2020 census. 2022, there was a congressional map. 2022, there was a congressional map made, and it had 1 black majority district. The other districts had populations and representation that was more white. Effectively, 1 blue district and 5 districts that were red. Okay, pretty simple. Except people go, well, wait a minute, the population is 30%. And out of 6 districts, well, shouldn't black people have 1/3 of them? Shouldn't it be 2 districts for black majority districts, and then the rest of them could be white or Asian or Hispanic or whatever else it would be, but 2 of them have to be black because 30% of the population is black. Doesn't that make sense? And that's the argument that you're hearing across the internet, and that's part of the argument you're hearing right here on Facebook, is that, well, the population is 30% black, so therefore it has to have more black representation. And so the Louisiana black voters, the Democratic Party in particular, went to courts, said, no, this is bad. This violates the Voting Rights Act, which requires that we have to change the numbers so that it's fair. And so we have to create a new district, and we have to make sure that it's a black district, which is unfair. And I'll go into that. So the judge said, yep, that's Voting Rights Act. Yeah, black people, we have to do this because black people, equity, social justice, equity, progressive ideology. And so the state complied and said, okay, fine. That's the law. That's what the judge said. We lost the case. We're going to go with that. And then they did. And then a bunch of people in Louisiana said, well, no, that's actually racist. See, you're discriminating against everyone else, white, Hispanic, Asian, people with polka dots, doesn't matter. Everyone who isn't black is being discriminated against because the black population is in 2 cities. That's the largest density. They don't have majorities in any of the other districts. So this is artificial. This is just gerrymandering This is a way for Democrats to try and grab more power that they would never otherwise have because the voters don't want them. And the Democratic Party goes, well, of course they want us. They're black people, and black people vote Democrat because they're a monolith. They are uniform, and black people are always Democrats, so they must want this. So we must support this. Well, it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, well, they said a lot of things. In particular, 38 pages of an opinion was put forth by Justice Alito. But the crux of it, and you can read that yourself, I'll get into a little bit of that. But essentially, they said there's a formula. It's not just black people, therefore change the districts. It's there has to be oppression against black people or any other group. Could be Hispanics, could be Asians, could be Native American Indians. It could be any group of people in America. If there is oppression preventing them from getting equal representation, from denying them the ability to either vote or to be able to be represented the way they want to be represented in an election, then the government must step in because that's bias, that's discrimination, and that would be racist. But that's not what's happening in Louisiana. That's not the case. And because that isn't the case, and the only justification that the Democrats could bring up is, but black people. That's all they could say. But black people. Equity. You have to do it because of equity, because black people. And that made it political, hyper political. But that's not what the purpose of the law nor the purpose of the government is. It's not there to play politics. So the Supreme Court, including Clarence Thomas, a black man, said, no, that's not what the law says. That's not what the law is meant for. You're abusing the system. You have to change it. You can't have the two districts because that's not fair. That's essentially the entire argument. Now, when that came out, the left lost their minds. And the answer that they put forth on the internet in memes, just like the one you're seeing here on Facebook, they said, the Supreme Court, they made it harder to challenge racist maps and easier to silence black and brown voters. But did they? Is that what happened? Because I don't think that's correct. I don't think they're right. That's the argument they want to make, because if you just take it at the surface, if you just go by the headline or by the meme, well, of course it's racist. It's the South. And the South is known for Jim Crow laws created by Democrats in the and promoted and maintained by Southern Democrats. So the Democrats should know whether it's racist or not, wouldn't you think? But in fact, that's not the real truth. And I want to take a moment to talk with you about this, because when we go past the headline, there's a lot more involved here. So let me just jump right in there. So just to make sure we're all up to date, according to, and I know I could have an exact site here, but this is generally accepted information. Okay, everyone agrees there are no real questions about the information I'm going to. So this is why I'm just using the Google AI. And for 10 years, from 2013 until 2023, there was one black district, which included New Orleans and Baton Rouge, which were the two largest concentrations of black voters, registered voters, in Louisiana. And in particular, the majority were, the largest concentration was in New Orleans, which we'll go to in 1 second. That is accepted. That is a truth. Now, what happened in 2020 is they had the census. And like most states, when you get the census, and if your state has lost or gained, population, if there are enough people, 720 750,000 people in your district. That's standard. Okay. So this is the accepted truth. And from 2013 until 2023, Democrats did not try to redistrict. Democrats weren't complaining. No one called it racist. It was not racist that there was one district that was black. It's the demographics of Louisiana. Now, the demographics in the last decade haven't really changed all that much for Louisiana. The population is still 30%, almost 1/3 black. True. Small number of Hispanics, small number of Asians. Everyone else is pretty much white. That's just true. So that hasn't changed. Now, when we go further, and this is from NBC News. Where did I have that? Right there. Okay. I'm going to come back to that in 1 second. So the latest news is from Louisiana. Today, NBC News just came out with their statement that Louisiana, due to the decision by the Supreme Court, is going to delay the House primaries and any House votes for their congressional representatives because they have to draw a new map. Because the map should look closer to the 2013 to 2023, the map of the last 10 years. It should look a lot closer to that rather than the map in 2024, which is now unconstitutional because of racism. Because that is the racism. Because of the color of skin of certain Americans, well, they took advantage. They were given a boost because of their equity standing. Black Americans above white Americans, according to progressive equity listings. So they had to change everything. But that was unconstitutional. It was racist. It was a bias, a prejudice against anyone who wasn't black. Now, some people will find that very uncomfortable to hear those words because they don't think in that manner. They think of racism because we've heard this in schools, in colleges, for all of our lives. We see this in the news media, the entertainment, which is controlled 80, 90, 95%, depending on which poll you want to go by, which study you want to go by, controlled by the left. And the left love racism. We've seen that with the Southern Poverty Law Center, the SPLC. Democrats love racism so much that they fund racism because there wasn't enough in America. And the SPLC, well, they make their money and they have their power based on making sure there's racism in America. So they were spending money funding the Ku Klux Klan and making sure that events like Charlottesville would happen so that they would get more money and have more power, like when they were working with the Biden-Harris administration, and they were deeply entrenched with the Biden administration in fighting racism that they funded. You may not like that, but that is the truth. That is what has happened. And that gives us an understanding of where the progressives are and why they're so upset right now. So it makes sense. Louisiana is going to hold that up. Now, there was something in this article right about, where is it? I believe, yes, here it is. So this one part of the article from NBC News, which just came out a little while ago, says, in the short term, that ruling, the Supreme Court ruling, could allow a handful of Republican-controlled states to redraw lines to give their party a boost in the battle for the control of Congress. Could. Not that it will, not that it changes every single southern state or any state, but in certain circumstances, it could. That's a key factor. Because the question is, were the congressional lines drawn because of the color of skin of the constituents, Or was it drawn because of political affiliation, population densities? Was it because of political preference? Or was it purely and exclusively color of skin? There's a big difference. Because if it's only the color of skin, if everything else is equal or fair, then that's prejudice. That's bias. That's illegal. It's unconstitutional. So it goes on to say, but the full political impact of the decision likely won't be felt until 2028. Well, that's strange because if you listen to the left-leaning progressive pundits, they're telling you that 2026, Black voters have been nullified. Their votes have been eliminated throughout the South. But that's not true. The entire South is not suddenly redistricting every single state. They're not all going to suddenly get rid of all of their Black voters or get rid of any district with Black people in it. That's not what's happening, nor is anyone suggesting that that should happen. And it would be, in some cases at least, unconstitutional to even try to do that. But the media, the Democratic Party, that are desperate to try and get an advantage in the 2026 midterm elections, they absolutely are saying it's happening now. This is an Armageddon for Black voters. Your vote has been nullified. The Supreme Court wants Black people back in chains. They want the 1950s and Jim Crow back. That's the message from the left, which is both not only an overreaction, but it's inaccurate, and it is meant to emotionally manipulate the public. It is meant to incite you so that you're angry but don't think. And they just want you to be mad at the other guy, in this case, Republicans or anyone else who disagrees with their political advantage based on color and nothing else. It's just about that. That, again, may upset some people, but again, this is coming from NBC News. Let's go on to see what else NBC has to say about this. So when states have a full election cycle to take action, will be by 2028, the presidential election, not 2026, not even 2027 in many cases. They go on to say, Democrats warn that could dramatically reduce or possibly eliminate seats currently held by Black Democrats in the South. Why would it eliminate Black Democrats? Because it doesn't necessarily eliminate them unless they're not a good candidate, unless they're only there to be a yes man or a yes woman for the Democratic Party. Because if they're doing their job, their constituents will want to keep them. They will fight for them. They will vote for them. And if your district shifts, well, then you would just shift with it. Again, we're talking about the fact that we didn't see Louisiana gain or lose any members of Congress. So they went from 6 members of Congress to 6 members of Congress. They didn't lose a member of Congress. They didn't lose any people. They didn't lose enough people. They lost about 100,000 people. You need to lose 720 to 750,000 people to lose a congressional seat. They didn't. So it's not like, oh, well, we have to reshuffle the state because somebody has to go. We have too many members of Congress, or we don't have enough members of Congress. They have the same number, 6. So why would any Black Democrat, or any Democrat for that matter, because they're saying Democrats, although they want to say Black Democrats because it's emotional, because it hits a hot button. It's about Black people. It's about racism. No, we're talking about members of Congress. There's 6 members of Congress. Whether those members are Black or white, it's 6 members of Congress. If you're a good congressman, whether you're Black or white, you win. You get to keep your seat. If you're not good, then you lose your seat. Should be pretty straightforward. But we see here, and NBC they buried this paragraph, which I think is very important and very much gives us the context of this. They buried it deep in their article so that you wouldn't have the time to think about it. They didn't expect you to read this far. They don't expect you to really pay attention to what this paragraph means, because it flies in the face of what Democrats are saying right now, and it flies in the face of the argument of racism. I think I'm making that argument clear, and whether you like that or not, and throughout this entire conversation, I want to make sure it's very clear. Whether you like the things that I'm discussing with you is immaterial. Doesn't matter. Whether we like these answers or not has nothing to do with, are they correct? Is this the truth? That's one of the biggest things to keep in mind. You don't have to like the consequences. You don't have to like the decision. You don't have to like who gets to get power. Is it constitutional? Is it in favor or against racism? Those are very different arguments. They're very different conversations, because this is about politics at the end of the day, at the beginning of the day. This is about politics. It's about political advantage. It has nothing to do with black people. The only reason why they mention black people is to get people to react without thinking. Because if they were thinking, they wouldn't react in the manner they are. That's what I believe. You may disagree with that. We can test that out. And why is my background acting up? I don't know. Hang on. There we go. So let me go through some of the comments here. So I did mention, Brower, you're here with us, and I'm happy to see you. So Brower goes, and he says, I'm glad I caught this episode as my first. I really don't understand the whole redistricting thing. Well, I'm glad that you're here with us, and most people don't understand redistricting. Most people look at it and they wonder, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Matter of fact, let me take a step back and explain what's the big deal. Why are the Democrats or Republicans, why are they so crazy about redistricting? Congressional districts. See, you and I, everyone in America, we can vote for anyone we want. That's a fact. I am a conservative Republican. Oh, but you're black. Doesn't matter. Black, Hispanic. So I'm not a monolith. I have a choice. I have the freedom to choose. As much as the left would tell me that I'm a bad guy for choosing to be a conservative and a Republican, it is my American First Amendment, my right by birth to choose whatever I want. Brower, you happen to be more libertarian and anarchist. I know that from other conversations we've had. You have that right. You don't have to be part of the two-party system. No one does. But there's a lot of power in that two-party system. And congressional districts focus that power by the way it's being done now. It's not supposed to be this way. But we see it in New York, New Jersey, California. We see it in most states. The lines are drawn to get as many people of one specific type of party into that box as possible, so that you can unbalance the equation, so that you can give a political preference to one party or another. As an example, in New York State, if you're in the New York 21st District, which used to be for Elise Stefanik, well, that is a plus 10 Republican district. There's a hell of a lot of Republicans that happen to live in the New York 21st District. That's the northern part of New York. But if you happen to be in the Bronx, the New York 15th District, it's almost entirely Democrats. There you go. So in the Bronx, the New York 15th is approximately a 12 plus a D plus 12. It's 12 points in the advantage for Democrats because there's so many Democrats here. So as you can see, just by those numbers, whatever your political party may be, you want as much of an advantage, as many of your people in that box as possible, so that when your candidate runs, it's almost impossible for them to lose, and it's almost impossible to replace them, so that you get to maintain more political power consistently for decades on end. Think of Jerry Nadler, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, AOC, Adam Schiff. You can go around the country. I'm just picking names that matter. I don't know why my computer keeps going in and out. I apologize. I don't know what's going on with that. Why did I lose? Okay, I don't know why. I just lost my comments there. I apologize, folks. I don't know what happened. Anyway, it seems that YouTube and or the internet gods are messing with my stream, which is why it's flickering. At least I'm saying it's flicker. And this is why you don't see the comments on the stream at this moment. It's not me. That's YouTube. Okay. So that explains what a district is. That's why there's such a big battle over them. It gives an advantage long-term to a political party. They need to spend less money and have less concerns about trying to get people in power and to replace those people or to pay for ads for those people. Richie Torres, the New York 15th, he's a Democrat. He spends very, very little to get reelected year after year. Same thing for Pelosi, AOC. They'll raise $10 million and spend $1 million in ads. Then they've got $9 million to give to their party and to their party members to help them win their races in other parts of the country. That's why you want that advantage. It is unbalancing the election system. That's why districts are so important, and that's why redistricting is so important. You're unbalancing the system to give an advantage to one of the major parties. That's what it is. I hope that explains that a little bit better, so it makes more sense why this is so important and why we're seeing this in the South. But redistricting, gerrymandering in particular, and let me explain gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is when you specifically draw the lines for that district in a manner that is artificial, and it explicitly seeks out the advantage towards one political group or another. This goes back to the 1800s. It's not new. This has been happening in our country almost from the very beginning. And we've seen it with districts like the old New York 22nd district, which used to be the entire southern portion of New York. And then it would spike up and get, like Ithaca, and it spike up and get Binghamton. It was very specific to capture this city and that city because there was a bigger proportion of Democrats than Republicans. So it changed the numbers. That's why when you look at state after state after state, none of them, they should all be squares. Ideally, they should be squares and rectangles. If you were evenly dividing 750,000 people, you'd get pretty much a square or a rectangle, maybe a triangle, depending on the shape of your state. But instead, look at almost any state, especially if you're in the Northeast, especially California, any state that is trying to manipulate and gerrymander, and all of a sudden you'll see these weird squiggly lines that suddenly it jumps over here and includes one city that's like 50 miles away from everything else in the district. And that's because it gives a political advantage. And if you include it in that district, the district now flips. It stops being red or blue and it becomes the other thing. So that's called gerrymandering. And that goes hand in hand with redistricting, especially in the last 10 years. We've been seeing that a lot. And states that do it all the time, New York, California, Illinois, Not so much Texas or the South. Those are the big ones, the bluer than blue states that are they're losing population and they're trying to maintain their bluer than blue status and strength. That's why you see it. California, New York losing the most people, also New Jersey, losing the most people in the entire state. Everyone's leaving those states. And so the population is changing. And so they have to do more work to guarantee as many of their remaining Congress members are blue. In this case, we're talking about blue states, that they get to maintain their political advantage as much as possible. I hope that explains redistricting, what districts are about, and gerrymandering. I hope that puts that in context for you. So thank you for the comment. I know I take a little time to answer these things, but I try to make sure people understand what's happening. We have a comment from Joel. Joel says, 2008 to 2016 created an increase in racial tensions. 2020 to 2024 shows another bump up. Racism has generally been getting less of an issue. Actually, if you're going from roughly the late 1980s to about the end of the 90s, racism in America plummeted. It literally bottomed out. It dropped off a cliff. The KKK was rejected. National white supremacy was rejected wholesale across the nation, across all political groups. By 2000, the white nationalists were not even a concern for the FBI. They were almost non-existent. And then they had a resurgence, which we now know, in part, was because of groups like the Southern Poverty Law Center. They got cash infusions and help in coordination to bring those groups back to life and to bring in more activity, especially under the Obama administration, so that these race-based organizations could have more funding, more justification for their existence, and more political power. So that's why we've seen that increase. And again, why did that happen in 2008 to 2016? Obama. The SPLC and other organizations, I believe, were trying to gin up the racism because Obama was an obvious target of that, and that made it easy to raise money, especially from Black Americans who finally got a Black president. They were taking advantage of you. That's it. That's the simple answer. Abused. It's easy. And that's what we saw. Let me see. We got a comment from user. Hey, user. User has been banned since. I feel like the South is less racist. Well, they're more overtly racist when it is racist. And there's been, again, a large change in the South, especially after the 90s. We saw a big difference in how the South was and how they dealt with racism. Besides the fact that when some people in the South were racist, they were very blatant about their racism. But it was shunned more and more by the majority of Southerners, and so they diminished in their numbers. There were less people believing the lies of whatever supremacy, Black supremacy, white supremacy, doesn't matter. And so those extremist views were dying off. I doubt that they would ever entirely disappear because racism is something that is true around the world. It's not a unique American thing. Although the left would like you to believe it's only happening in America, that's a lie. That is global. Whether it's the Chutchuts and how they're being treated by the people from Moscow and that region, if you're talking about, I don't know, the Japanese versus the Chinese versus the Koreans, if you're talking about the Algerians and the Moroccans and how they get treated by the French, it is something that is global. Look at Ireland and England. This is not a new thing. But it was something that, at least in America, was becoming so small as to be insignificant. And that meant that a lot of these laws that were created in the 50s and 60s under the civil rights movement to balance everything, to address Jim Crow and to bring parity and fairness back into the system, well, they were quickly becoming unnecessary. But that meant there were entire divisions of our government, there were entire organizations that made their livelihood, their daily job was literally that imbalance in power. They were losing. There were unions that were losing money because the problem didn't exist anymore. And so they had to unbalance the system again so that they could justify their jobs and their salaries. And that's why we get to where we are today with supremacy, whether black or white supremacy. They both exist in America. Black supremacy isn't talked about as much, but it's there. And they're both increasing in size in recent years because it's good for politics, especially left politics, because leftist politics deals with race almost exclusively. There is no leftist running in any elected office that doesn't talk about race on a consistent basis on every topic. And I don't mean like the way that we see people like Jasmine Crockett. She has nothing else. She talks about nothing except racism, which is why the people of Texas rejected her, because she's a one-trick pony. There's nothing else to her. It's all racism, nothing but racism. And if you don't agree with her, well, then you're a racist and sexist. But there's more to America than that. And the issues in America aren't resolved by kowtowing to her preference and her feelings in her ideology. So I hope that kind of explains that. But if I'm not, please let me know. I'm going to get back to our comments and just more of this in just a moment, but I want to just check in some of the comments here. So Brower says, thank you for explaining that, Mike. Makes me happy I don't participate. Vote, always be involved in the process. It does make a difference. It does matter. And that means if you want to be an anarchist, you want to be a libertarian, you want to be an independent, I don't care. Be involved. Have a district that's libertarian. I don't mind. Get your own congressional district for whatever ideology you have so that your voice is heard, and it makes the other parties have to work harder to replace you. No one, no party, no elected official, Republican, Democrat, whatever it may be, should feel safe that they can't be beaten because the district has been guaranteed to protect them. No politician should have that. Either you're effective and efficient at what you do, and the people are happy that you are there and they want to reelect you, or you get replaced. And I still think, even with that, you should have term limits. I've always said that. I say it again. Even if the public love you, term limits. But you should never feel like you're irreplaceable because of the political gerrymandering guaranteeing that no one can afford to or have the political clout to replace you. That's unacceptable. That's not America. But let me move forward. So I'm glad I answered your question there, Brower. Let me see. Users in band says, triangles or pentagons? No, pentagons would not be. I know what you're thinking. We're not going there. No. Squares and circles, squares and rectangles. Users in band says, the time taken is needed if one wants a good understanding. Well, I do. And I want everyone to have a good understanding. Whether or not you agree with me 100% means nothing to me. You can disagree with me. The question is, do we understand what's happening? And if you disagree with my conclusion, that's fine. It's America. Good. Come to your own conclusion. But I want us to understand what's happening, because the news media isn't trying to explain what's happening. They're trying to bias you to get a political advantage on one side only. And that is the problem. The political bias. The goal is vote Democrat at the moment in Louisiana, talking about that, talking about the South. news media saying, oh my God, it's evil, it's racist, you got to make sure it's Democrat, assuming that Black people will vote Democrat only and exclusively, and therefore Democrats get an advantage. But hey, everybody. Okay, so we are back, and whoops. Actually, give me 2 seconds here. Give me 2 seconds, folks. All right. I forgot to put my phone away. Just came back from walking my dog, and I forgot to put away my phone, and so I had to do that. All right. So let's pick up where we had left off. I hope everyone was able to get something to eat. I see Donna and Chuck are actually sitting down to dinner. Thank you for joining me over your dinner. And I know we have a couple people here with us, and I'll be happy to speak with everyone. We've been talking about quite a few things. And if you just joined us, this is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our office in the Bronx, New York. Today is May 3rd, and it is currently 5:46. We're about 1 minute off. Not bad. So we've been talking about a lot. We talked about the overseas. What is happening over there? Why are we seeing the Iran put out ceasefire proposal after ceasefire proposal, and why they have been consistently rejected by Donald Trump? We've talked a little bit about NATO. We've talked about Germany and the EU and how they have been interacting with the United States and how that's actually been detrimental politically to their own long-term good, not short-term, long-term good. We've been talking a little bit about what's happening in breaking news and what's going on with some of our troops in Africa. So now I want to go on. Oh, and of course, we were talking about the New York governor's race of 2026 and the similarity between Bruce Blakeman and Kathy Hochul, which is absolutely detrimental to the public because neither of them are making you safe. In fact, they're using the illusion of safety to gain votes when in fact, neither of them are making you more safe. They're making you less safe. But that is the truth behind that. And I know there are Republicans that are mad at me. I hear it all the time. But Mike, you got to understand, if we don't stand behind Blakeman, he can't win. He can't win anyway. And I'm just being honest. And quite honestly, he doesn't deserve to win. Neither does Kathy Hochul, which is why I picked Larry Sharpe. But we will see how that works out. So I wanted to pick up on something that I thought is absolutely vitally important. And we're going to get right into that. Let's see. Here we go. Boom. And so, come on. Oh, I love this. There we go. So let's talk a little bit more about the domestic here in the United States, which will, of course, affect the rest of the world. After 74 days, the longest that has ever happened in the history of America, there was a partial shutdown of the government, much like the Schumer shutdown that we saw in the fall of 2025. The government was shut down, and many thousands of Americans, tens of thousands, were affected by this. That includes individuals with the TSA, as an example. And we saw as a result of that, that's probably the most obvious thing that affected a lot of people and that we all noticed and that we could point to, because the Department of Homeland Security was unfunded. Democrats decided to punish Republicans and everyone else again because they wanted to make a political point, because they thought that this would help them in gaining more votes in the 2026 midterm elections. And so for 74 days, they defunded effectively the Department of Homeland Security. And that led to, in airports across the entire nation, hours upon hours of lines that were absolutely unnecessary. TSA workers, out of the kindness of their heart, many of them were showing up every day without a paycheck. And they were working. But we also lost well over 1,000. I think the number is 1,100 members of the TSA. They quit because how long could you go to work every single day without a paycheck? It'd be very difficult. You got to pay for gas, you got to pay for your rent, you got to pay for food, with the hope eventually, the government will restart funding the Department of Homeland Security, and you would eventually get a check for all that back pay. That is the hope. Now, when does that happen? Who knows? How long will your landlord, how long will your city continue to provide you with water? The electric company will continue to provide you with electricity. How long, how much food did you have in reserve so that you could feed yourself and your family? Most people, that isn't very long. But that was the net result. And I asked this question just in a short video yesterday on Friday. I asked the question, now that the shutdown of the government, the partial shutdown, ended, Democrats caved in. They said, oh, it's done. And there's a reason why they did that now as opposed to any other time. The Democrats finally caved in. They funded DHS. And what changed? What benefit did you receive? Is there anything improved in your life? And I can say, in my conversations and looking across the internet, there isn't anyone, not even a Democratic pundit, can actually point to any benefit of this government shutdown. We can all point to various things that are negatives. The nation was less secure. National security was at risk. We had more illegal aliens enter this nation and able to travel across this nation than at any point previously under the Trump administration. That's a fact. We had longer lines. People were not able to do business. Spirit Airlines closed down. This is in part because of what the Democrats did. There are nothing but negatives. That's the only thing we can point to. There is no positive gain other than Democrats got a bump with the progressives in their party. That's it. That's why they did this, to rally the progressives and the socialists to vote for Democratic candidates in the 2026 midterm election. Now, if someone wants to say, but Mike, you don't understand. There was a lot of good things. Fantastic. Name them. Give me a list of the things that Democrats got that benefits America out of shutting down the government. Oh, wow, that's a short list. It's nothing. And they don't claim to have anything. In fact, the news media have buried it. The story's already dead. Kind of like Jasmine Crockett, who is done in politics. She's been rejected by everyone. Media just glossed over that. How about Ilhan Omar and her corruption? Her income going up by 100 times and then decreasing by 100 times. Well, excuse me, it was 10 times. An increase in her net worth, increasing by about 100 times and decreasing by about 100 times. And media's stopped. That story's old. Oh, we're not going to talk about that because that's corrupt. And anyone, you, me, our friends down the block, the IRS would be crawling up and down your butt trying to figure out what happened and how did you actually suddenly increase your net worth to millions and then decrease it to thousands in the space of a year. By the way, you got paid $1 million. Where's this money coming in from and where's it going to? Nobody knows, but we're not supposed to talk about that. The news media moved on. Donald Trump is orange man bad. Did we mention that? Did the news media mention that to you recently? The same thing is happening with the government shutdown. Oh, well, it's all over now. We're on to the next thing. Why are we going to talk about it? And here's the thing. The only reason why Democrats ended the government shutdown is because it was going to hurt them politically. At the end of May, we have our holiday, Memorial Day. And that's the start of the summer season. Everyone's going to be out of school. Parents and families are going to be on vacation. They take trips. And if they were to wait on those lines, and every Republican was waiting, every candidate was waiting for the lines at the TSA over the Memorial Day weekend so they could say, that's what the Democrats did. That's what they're doing to you, to punish you for daring to vote Republican in 2024. So the Democrats knew they were in danger. If they kept the shutdown going, there was going to be a problem during Memorial Day weekend. And they had to do it early enough that enough TSA workers would come back so that they could then blame any problem and say, well, that's on Donald Trump. They don't have enough TSA workers. That's Donald Trump's fault. No, it's because the government shut down for 74 days in a row. That's a Democrat fault. We won't have enough TSA workers to make sure that all the lines disappear or at least go back to normal in airports across this country. It's not going to happen. We don't have enough people. We won't be able to train enough people. We won't be able to hire enough people in the space of, what is it now? 26 days? We don't have the time. It's not going to happen. There are going to be delays, and it's going to affect everyone across this country. And that's because of Democrats. Spirit Airlines just recently closed 2 days ago, just shut down, done. People are stranded across this country. Why? Because of Democrats. In part, it was because of what they did under the Biden administration. JetBlue was going to buy Spirit Airlines. But Joe Biden, Elizabeth Warren, said, no, that's a monopoly. It's too big. You can't do that. It would be better for America if there's Spirit Airlines and JetBlue, even though Spirit Airlines was telling everyone they were going broke. In fact, 2023, I did a couple of videos on Spirit Airlines and my experience with them when they lost my luggage, when they left me in North Carolina for a day and a half because of their own screw up. They screwed up. I didn't. They forgot to give me a connecting airline, and they left me in South Carolina for a day and a half, North Carolina, for a day and a half. And then once I got back, they lost my luggage for 3 days with all my camera equipment. It was when I was coming back from Las Vegas where I was covering a Freedom Fest. And I have a bunch of videos about that and said, this is a company that's going out of business. I said that then. It was just a matter of time. So again, the Democrats forced the company to stay in business and not to merge. And then you add in the government shutdown with extremely long lines because there are no TSA workers and people missing their flights and having to redo their entire flight schedule, their agenda, so that they took other airlines instead of Spirit Airlines. And that's the death blow to that company. That's 11,000 jobs directly because of the actions and consequences of the Democrats, not the Trump administration. Not to say anything about how many illegal aliens were able to enter our country and to travel across this country. That's another question we don't even have a full understanding of. And that, again, is because of Democrats. So I ask you again, what came out of this? What positive? There are some Democrats in bluer than blue districts in New York, in California, in Chicago, and Massachusetts. They might get an extra 1%, maybe 2%, an extra bump in votes. That's it. It was because of the greed and selfishness of the Democratic Party that cost American citizens. And it's affected every single one of us across this country, whether you took an airline flight or not. Those 11,000 people who aren't working anymore, well, those people were going out and they were buying gas. They had to get their car tuned up. Those were people who were going out to eat, maybe ordering food at work. All of those other businesses that relied on these people working every day, they're out of business too. Machinists, people who provided tools and replacement and tune-ups on the planes, they're all out of business too. Or they may go out of business just as well. They're affected too. And this is because of the TSA and prior Democrat policies where they didn't look past the next election. Big corporations are bad. We can't let big corporations get even bigger, even though the companies are telling you this one's going to go out of business if we don't do something. It wasn't a bailout per se, but it was. And they didn't care. And they didn't care when it came to shutting down the government. And it costs you money. Inflation increased because the TSA, the DHS, was shut down. That's a fact. It's not a question. It's not if or maybe. That's an absolute fact. Here we go. 6 months. It's going to take an extra 6 months, according to the Political article. This is coming from the temporary Homeland Security Secretary, Mark Wayne Mullen. And he is saying that because of the last 74 days, it's not as easy as turning on a switch. Democrats will make you believe, well, we ended the shutdown. Everything's fine now. Everybody goes back to work. Nothing changed. Everyone's caught up. It's all fine. No, it's not. No, it's not, because there are real consequences, and people have to deal with those consequences that Democrats have forced on them. And it's if this estimate is correct, and it might be longer, could be shorter, probably will be longer, because we're talking about the government, not a private business. It will probably take longer to fix, and that's going to cost money, and it's going to cost people jobs. And that's a Democrat consequence. But they're going to tell you in their ads, this was a great thing. They were standing up to Donald Trump. And I have to ask you a question. Where in the job description of any senator, of any member of Congress, any candidate, where does it say your job is to fight the president? You can look through the Constitution, the amendments, election laws, state by state. I can tell you one thing for sure. It isn't in any description. In the oath that every member of Congress swears, there's nothing in there that says you swear an oath to fight the president. It's not their job. That's not the purpose of government. That's not the purpose of the legislative branch at the local, state, or federal level. That's not what they're there for. That's what they're doing, and they're turning every single election into Donald Trump. If you didn't know better, if you have been paying attention to California and the California governor's race, where there's 6, 7, maybe 8 candidates that are up on stage, they're debating, trying to figure out which one's the right one now that Eric Swalwell is gone because he sleeps with spies and he has a very sordid, at the very least, background, sexual background. Eric Swalwell is gone. So all of the Democrats are reshuffling, trying to make themselves seem like they're the best choice for California, even though none of them are. But here's the thing. Every single one of them, it was CBS. I think I have it up here. Do I? No, I don't. Oh, yeah, I do. Here it is. It was so bad that the CBS commentator had to mention, you guys are talking about Donald Trump about 1,000 times. This is in the California governor's debate. 1,000 times they mentioned Donald Trump, Donald Trump, the orange man bad, Donald Trump, MAGA Donald Trump. That's not what the California governor is there for. That's not their job. The same thing for Kathy Hochul here in New York. In all the bluer than blue states, they love to think that the mayor and the governor is there to fight with the president of the executive branch, president of our country. That's not their job. That has nothing to do with doing their job. running New York State, running California, or Oregon, or Illinois. None of that has to do with fight the president. That's not their job. No. Their job is to serve the public, to do the best they can in their state to make sure people have prosperity and safety. But how can they do that if they're too busy saying, I'm running against Donald Trump? Donald Trump is not on the ticket. He is not running against any governor. He's not running against any mayor. He's not running for your local election. He's the president of the United States. And that's all he's not even running for anything. That's his job. That's what he's doing. And anyone who's wasting their time telling you that they're going to fight the president, especially someone who's at state or local level, no, you're not. That is a lie. You're not going to do a damn thing about that. Whatever the federal government's doing, you can't do anything about it. You don't have the right, the authorization, or the power. It's unconstitutional. The most you can do is go to court and lose, which will waste taxpayer money and time in the government. You'll be inefficient and ineffective. And if you ask me, every one of those members on stage who's mentioning Donald Trump, orange man bad, guess what? None of them should be elected because their job isn't Donald Trump. He's not running for governor. That's not their competition. And he has nothing to do with the day-to-day operations of California. That's the problem with Gavin Newsom. Why is there so much crime in California? Gavin Newsom. You don't have high-speed rail. Well, Gavin Newsom's been working on that for, 12 years? And you haven't built anything. They spent $127 billion on California high-speed rail, and the best that they can do is point to a map of where the route might one day actually be. They haven't actually built anything yet. $127 billion. And they're busy telling you that Donald Trump is bad, but you're not doing your job in California, as an example. They're busy arguing about Donald Trump. Wait a minute, did you rebuild the Palisades? That whole section of California that was burned out because of your bad forestry regulations, because we got to be eco-fanatics, green energy, climate change, and it burned down the Palisades. You built what? One building in the last year? But, we got to be eco-safe. Oh boy, it's that Donald Trump who had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it, whatever. But maybe if Gavin Newsom and the other members of California's government were more concerned with making sure people would be safe, maybe there wouldn't have been a Palisades fire. If they maybe weren't focused so much on Orange Man bad, maybe they'd actually have effective policies. Maybe they build that high-speed rail one day. Maybe. At least even start it. But they're not, because they don't care. They don't care about you. They care about power. Gavin Newsom is very much concerned about becoming the Democratic nominee. And as I can show you matter of fact, I'll show you now. Let me bring it up for you. Let's see, where is it? Bear with me, because I'm just pulling this up now. There it is. So this is the 2028 Democratic presidential nomination. And as you can see here, believe it or not, Kamala Harris is actually leading the pack, believe it or not. I don't know how. The woman talks in word salad. She's an embarrassment. She embarrassed herself globally as vice president. And Democrats, probably because they're stuck, they don't have anyone better, she's in the lead at 28%. 28% of Democrats want Kamala Harris back, even though she is a proven failure. Okay. Second to her is Gavin Newsom at 18.7%. And that's what this is all about. Gavin is trying to find a way to pump up his name before he ends his career as a governor so that he can run and say, I'm a success, and guaranteed no matter what happens in California, he's going to turn around and say, I was one of the most successful governors and I fought Donald Trump. I swear to God, you're going to hear him make that quote. I was a great California governor. I fought Donald Trump. I was beating Orange Man Bad. Orange Man Bad is afraid of Gavin Newsom. I guarantee you, you will hear those words in ads by Gavin Newsom running for the 2028 Democratic nomination. Is any of it true? Not really. Does it matter? No, because what he's actually saying is, I didn't do my job. I wasn't a governor. I was wasting people's time and money and putting them at risk because he wants a promotion, because he wants power, because he's selfish and he doesn't care about you. And the other Democrats don't care either. And I mean all of them. So I think it's really pretty important. But you're not going to hear about this, and you should. You should be hearing about this because everything right now is revolving around 2028. 2026 is done. We pretty much know what's going to happen in 2026. Mind you, there are some minor changes here that are happening, and that's because of what happened in Louisiana, which you just saw me talking about during the break. And I know I've heard a lot of people who've given me some feedback about that. I'm going to answer that in 1 second. Before I get to that, we do have some comments here, and I do want to answer those comments. So let's see. We've got Brower. He comes and he says, I say shut down the TSA forever. I'll never fly again so long as they exist. Well, the TSA isn't going anywhere. And I know there's a lot of people who will be upset with that. But the truth is, once the government creates something, it never goes away. Right now, as a fact, and just something anyone can check, U.S. aid, Marco Rubio basically shut it down. We found out 83% of U.S. aid was wasteful, useless spending of taxpayer money. It was just an inflation pit. That's a fact. We know this. They were funding things like male circumcisions in Africa. How that helps America, I don't know, but they were putting on plays about being transgendered in Brazil. How does that help Americans? I don't know, but they did. So with all of those kind of wasteful things that the U.S. aid was doing, they were shut down. Except the U.S. aid still exists. In every budget since, and every budget going forward, until Congress literally passes regulation that says they're shut down, you're going to see the Treasury is writing a check to U.S. aid. Even now, no one is there. No one is working. Their offices are empty. Empty. Lights are out. And the U.S. Treasury is cutting a check for U.S. aid right now. It didn't go away. It still exists. And the next time there's a Democrat in office, U.S. aid, they will put in people and say, all right, it's back to normal. And they'll be funding circumcisions in Africa all over again. That's the problem. That's one of our problems that we have in our government. It never goes away. So the TSA is not going away. It may get better. We could improve it. We could streamline it, but it's never going away. There's too much money in it. So I hate to say that, but that's the truth. Let me see. There's another comment here. And this is Joel. Joel agrees that the TSA is ineffective. I wouldn't say inefficient, not ineffective. They are effective at what they do, which is checking and trying to find individuals that pose a threat and or illegal aliens. They are effective at that. They are inefficient at how effective they are. They could be far more effective and far more efficient, but that's another thing. He goes on to say, they fail to spot checks They are only there for the illusion of safety. Well, the illusion of safety is a big part of a lot of our government, whether that's local government or otherwise. The illusion of safety, Kathy Hochul, again, as the example, 2 days after a woman was burned alive on a New York subway car by an illegal alien, Kathy Hochul was taking a selfie image surrounded by police and state police and guards. But she was on there saying, no, the subway is completely safe. The illusion of safety wasn't real. She sent 750 state police officers into the subways, and by the way, about another 100 National Guard units into the subway system to protect the public, and it didn't work. We had how many people who got stabbed? People pushed in front of trains, people getting shot in the subway, even with National Guard and state police in the subway systems. You weren't safe, but it was meant to make you feel safe. And that's all that matters. Because if you feel safe and the news media doesn't make it known, they keep it really low key and quiet. The people who were getting stabbed and thrown in front of trains and were being set on fire while the National Guard and the state police were in the subway system, that was local New York City news. It wasn't even New York State news. It was local New York City news. The rest of the state didn't hear about that. The rest of the nation never heard about that, because if they did, people would say Kathy Hochul's a liar. She'd have a harder time getting donations from Democrats from across the country. So they didn't say anything because the news media has an agenda. They want you to vote Democrat. They want to support Democrats and progressives. So they just didn't tell anyone. It's amazing. And if you don't believe me, ask people, how many did you know that people were still being stabbed, set on fire, and shot in the New York subways while there were National Guard and state police in the subway system? They'll tell you you're lying. Look it up. Go to Google. I didn't make it up. They'll be surprised. You'll be surprised how many people don't know that. All right. Let me see. And we got another comment from Brower, who says, I think you know my position, Mike. Well, on a few things, yes. He goes on to say, as with everything, I say privatize airport security. Would have been great as an initial idea. It's too late. It's just too late. Now it's government, and that means it's forever. Just like I say with the borders, privatize them. I wouldn't privatize the border. That's national security. But yeah, you could privatize the TSA, and there was a very good argument that airlines should have done it themselves. It's in their best interest. Airports should have probably done it. It's in their best interest. It would have been worthwhile for them, and they could do it better. They're used to doing security. Airports have security as is. It would have been easy for them to just add more security into their system and train them to do the work of the TSA. But that didn't happen because you need to have a bigger and bigger government. What did Mandami say? There is no problem too big or too small for government. You can always have more government because government can always provide you with a solution to the problem that government created. Mandami is very interesting about that, but that's the fact. You got another government union. You got more government workers doing paperwork, passing it all around, wasting more of your money. It's just part of the system. So I don't doubt that it should have been privatized. I agree, but it won't be. And now that it exists, it will never change. And we've seen that. The post office, FedEx is better than the post office. Amazon is better than the post office. The post office will never go away. Never. It will always exist. That's a problem. And it's a waste of money at this point. That's true. We got another comment here. Privatizing the borders is our best interest. Well, no, I don't agree with privatizing it. But we do need more security on our borders. Brower goes on to say, within a decade, we'll have the two largest strip malls on the planet, and the landowners would have clear incentive to protect the borders. Landowners already have clear and absolute reasons to protect their borders, and they do, because they're at risk of being stolen from, killed. They got to clean up dead bodies on their property. We already hear that from landowners on the border as is. But that's not something that the government really cares about. Yes, they could also hire private individuals to do that for them in addition to the Border Patrol, but it is literally, by the definition of government, what is the purpose of a government? To do for the people what they cannot do for themselves, to provide for the national defense. It is the job, the obligation of the government to secure our borders. Now, the problem is there are a bunch of Democrats and progressives especially that don't believe in it. You've heard from many, many, many Democrats, open borders. There is no such thing as a border. Borders don't exist. I'm going to show you in a second somebody who was yelling at me about Louisiana and said, no, there is no such thing as a border. There is no such thing as an illegal alien. That's completely ridiculous. These are people who have no idea what the law is or what the purpose of government is. And that's our problem. That's where the real problem is. We have a large set of powerful government figures that selfishly want to have the problem. See, as long as the border is a problem, as long as illegal immigration is a problem, they have something to argue about. AOC can go down to the border on any given day under a Republican, and she can cry at an empty parking lot gate. And as long as the camera crew takes the right picture at the right angle, then she can go out and raise money and get votes for saying, well, those illegal aliens, they're being treated really bad. How would she know? She was in the parking lot. There were no illegal aliens in front of her. And if you don't remember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in her white pantsuit in Texas, taking a photo op, which was completely manipulation. It was a parking lot, a gate at a parking lot. And for the camera angles that were a little bit wider, you suddenly saw there was nothing but parking lot. It was fake. She was just manipulating people for money and for power. And as long as that exists, that's the problem. It's not border security. The Border Patrol does a wonderful job. They can do even more if we were to actually support them. The problem isn't the Border Patrol and the people there or the regulations. It's that there's a whole huge faction of our government fighting against them because it's good for them. It gives them an argument that they can then go into Congress, they can go to re-election, they can raise donations. That's why they allow it. It's about power. It's about selfishness. Brower goes on to say that if we, let's see. I love it. It's not, there it is. So Brower says, well, but it would create tens of thousands of jobs. They don't care. This isn't about jobs. This is about power. They do not care. They don't care if the border is secure. Democrats and progressives do not. That's why they believe in open borders. They don't care if you're safe. They don't care if terrorists come across the border. They don't care if it's MS-13 or Tren de Aragua. They don't care how many cartels come across with sex slaves, with child slaves, with drugs. Open border means a problem, which means you need government to fix it so they get reelected. They don't care. Okay, so then let's see. So Brower goes on to say, okay, Mike, I see your point regarding the job of government. How's that been working out? Badly, because people don't understand what the job is and they reelect people who don't care. Because we both agree, government does not care. No, government is people. people don't care. Politicians don't care. And you can say in politicians in both parties, I particularly say more so the problem of Democrats, because last I checked, Republicans don't want open borders. So that's more of a Democrat thing. It's not a government thing. We got a comment here from Joel. 2015 shock audit. In a widely publicized test, undercover agents successfully smuggled mock explosives and weapons past TSA checkpoints in 67 out of 70 trials, a 95% failure rate. Yes, I remember that story. I remember that story at that time. Has it improved? Somewhat, yes. Is it as good as it could be? No. As I said, it's effective, not efficient. There is a difference. And they could become far more effective and efficient if it wasn't for the fact that they're just a bone in a fight between two dogs. They're there to be the whipping boys. It's not about them being effective. It's about the fact that they're part of the government, and this is something to fight over to get reelected. Doesn't matter if they're effective or not. That's not really the point. But let me point out something, because I was about to talk about Louisiana. And I think it's pretty important that we look at Louisiana. Now, you may... Oops. Give me a second. So that's the coffee. Now I want the soda. So I want to talk about Louisiana for a second on something a little bit different. So if you saw my live stream on Thursday, and I talked a lot about this, and you saw it again here in the break, for the most part, me talking about what is the entire Voting Rights Act about. And in the nutshell, the simplest way to explain it, there was Jim Crow. So Southern Democrats wanted to keep slavery. They wanted to punish black people. Southern Democrats created the Ku Klux Klan, and they created Jim Crow laws to prevent blacks from being able to vote, from being able to register to vote. And the Voting Rights Act was created as a temporary measure. This is important. Temporary. It's not meant to be forever. But like everything else in the government, it is forever, but it was never meant to be forever. It was meant to be temporary. And its purpose was to ensure that black people could register to vote and that they could vote for whomever they wanted to do. It wasn't about creating a congressional district that is black because black people. That was never the intention, because that is racism. People will say, no, but it can't be racist because black people can't be racist. You are a fool if you believe that. That's stupid. It's not even close to true. And yes, that is stupid to believe that it's racist, to say that it's not racist. It's just so absolutely mind-bogglingly wrong. I have no other words for it. It is racism. But they don't care. Again, they're keeping it here. And as I explained on Thursday, the whole point is there is an entire industry built on the race card in America and in American politics. Look at Ibram Kendi. He's part of that industry of race hustling. So is Jasmine Crockett, yet another person. There are many, many, many more of them that are pushing their race hustle to make money. And that's true in the government as well. Like I said, Jasmine Crockett is another name that comes to mind about that. And so that's why the Voting Rights Act has been perverted and has been considered something that will be eternal. It will never go away. And it's also been perverted to try and give an advantage to Democrats. Now, if you ask someone in the 1960s about the Voting Rights Act and said, well, this is going to help Democrats, they tell you no way in hell. It was never meant to help Democrats. It was actually meant to help Republicans. And it was supposed to help black people, but also help Republicans to balance out the Southern Democrats, because the Southern Democrats were responsible for Jim Crow. And it's funny that the people responsible for Jim Crow now want to keep the Voting Rights Act in its current form, the way they have been using it, because they both achieve the same thing. They give power to Democrats. That's all it's all about. So yeah, they let black people vote. As long as black people vote Democrat, it's perfectly fine, because it gets them the same goal as Jim Crow denying black people the ability to vote, because Democrats maintain power, and that's all they care about. And Louisiana, the 6th district, that was created just because of racism. Black people. As we went through the numbers on Thursday, as I went through the reason and the logic and the law, it's all about racism. Because racism is good for business if you're a Democrat. It's really good for business if you're a Democrat. And fear-mongering is really good if you're a Democrat. Black people will never be able to vote again. Why not? Let me be very serious. And clip this if you want to. Black people will never be able to vote in Louisiana or the South ever again. Why not? No one is stopping them from registering to vote. And they do. No one is stopping them from going to vote. And they do go and vote. No one's stopping them. The Supreme Court has not said you can't protect black people or anyone else from being able to vote. They're not stopping anyone from protecting them. They are saying you can't do it just because they're black. There's a big difference between the two. See, the people in Louisiana, the only reason why they created another district was to get more power for Democrats. It wasn't about being fair. Look at the way they jump. You can instantly tell gerrymandering, and I mentioned it in the video, just looking at the shape of the districts. If it's a square, if it's a rectangle, or kind of close to those, you can see that makes sense. 760,000 people each district. The shape of a state is not exactly square. So yeah, they kind of fit in there to get 760 people. And you would expect a lot of squares, a lot of rectangles, maybe some triangles. But then you get this squiggly spaghetti district that suddenly appears out of nowhere in circles. If you have a district that's a circle, that's gerrymandering. If you have a district that's some kind of spaghetti monster line, that's gerrymandering. That's nothing but politics. It has nothing to do with fairness or trying to be protecting people's rights. It's just not real. So let me show you something that you may see. Some people will be surprised. So this is from my comments section. And I received the comment. Now, this was on the DHS shutdown. And I'll try and make this a little bigger for you guys. There we go. Yeah. So, as you can see, this is some of my most recent comments a day ago. And I was talking about DHS and the shutdown. And I asked the simple question in my short video. I said, hey, what did Democrats actually achieve? What benefit did the public get from the DHS shutdown? So Silver and Gold 662. And by the way, I have no problem. You responded to my video publicly. This isn't a private message. This isn't a DM. It's public. So they say, and you will always be black, no matter how you stand with those who still don't think you're equal to them. What the hell does that have to do with DHS? See, here's the problem. If you're a leftist and you don't like what I'm saying, don't just make up crap. Don't just come out and show your ass. Oh, you're black. You think I didn't know that? I've seen my mother. I've seen my father. I know exactly where I come from. By the way, I have mirrors in my house. I've seen them for 58 years. I know I'm black and Hispanic. Pay attention to the name. It's Vasquez. I'm Hispanic and black. I'm a Puerto Rican and a black man. I know my heritage. There's no shock or surprise there. I don't need some idiot on the internet to tell me, did you know you're black? No shit. Okay. You're black and you're always going to be black. No kidding. Like what? Are you in 6th grade? Of course I'm black and I'm never going to change. And nor do I want to. What's the problem? He goes on to say, oh, well, they don't think you're equal. How do you know that? It's very clear that Silver and Gold 662 doesn't believe I'm equal to people. Somehow they have an inferiority complex. They believe that they are inferior and therefore I must be inferior, that I must feel inferior. I don't. If anything, I feel superior. And you can ask people who have known me for the last 20 years, people who've known me for the last 5 years, people who've met me 5 minutes ago, and people who've known me for 50 years. They will tell you, if anything, Mike has a superiority complex, not an inferiority complex. And it's not because I'm black. My superiority is because I'm a smart person. I'm a very smart person. And I'm very good at what I do. So there you go. That's more individual. It's not race. It's me. But you want to say, oh, but other people may not agree. They might not think you're equal. I don't care what other people think. It's my life. It's a matter of, do I feel like I am equal to anyone else? If I feel like I am equal, then I am. If they don't agree with that, that's their problem. They have an issue, not me. And see, this is the problem with the misunderstanding of people like Silver and Gold, which is a very progressive way of looking at things. Aren't you scared? Aren't you scared? Aren't you afraid? You're alone. You aren't protected. You're a black man who's not doing what we told black people to do. Screw you. I'm not cattle. I can make my own choices. And I'm American. I'm grown. I'm educated. I can make whatever decision I want. And I have made my choices. And I understand the consequences of them. I don't need some random guy who's never been on my channel before, never seen my content, doesn't know anything about me, and says, oh, well, see, I'm going to tell you all about this. You obviously have never heard this before. Are you kidding? Okay. Goes on to say, you'll forever be that nice black guy. First of all, who told you I was nice? You want to talk about stereotypes? The nice black guy. What makes you think I'm a nice guy? I've never said that about myself. You have never heard me. I've done over 3,000, I think I'm close to 3,100 videos that have an average length of 1 hour. So you're talking about over 3,000 hours of video and live streams, plus another 2,300 articles that I've written just in the last 20 years. When have you ever heard me say I'm a nice guy? I've run for elected office. I've never called myself a nice guy. Where'd you come up with that? Well, he's black. He's in a suit. He must be a nice guy. You want to stereotype more? Stop stereotyping me. You'll forever be the nice guy who thinks he's the same as us. I do not think I'm the same as anyone. We're individuals. I don't want to be a clone or a carbon copy. That is a progressive idea. That is a socialist idea. Socialism wants everyone to be the same. They want clones. They want drones. I do not believe in that. I believe in individualism. No, I am not the same as anyone else. I am an individual, completely separate, capable of making choices for myself. I do not represent the black race. I do not represent Puerto Ricans. I do not represent 58-year-olds. I do not represent straight men. I represent Michael Vasquez. That's who I represent, nothing else. And I don't pretend to represent anything else because I don't need to. Only progressives and socialists demand that you are part of an equity, and you are limited only to the checkbox that they have assigned to you. You're a black man, so you fit this box. No, I'm not. I don't. Well, you're a straight man, so you only fit this box. That's a lie. I'm not part of your checklist. Stop trying to put your checklist on me and force me to fit into the box that you have preconceived in your mind. Stop that. That is your attempt to put me into mental slavery. I resist. I resist and I reject that, as should every American. But see, that's the mentality that leads you to think that Louisiana has to have two congressional black districts so Democrats can have power, because that's what they want. Black people vote Democrat. The more blacks we have in districts, the more Democrat votes we guarantee. It's about Democrat power. It's not about making sure black people can vote, because they already do. It's not about making sure black people can register to vote. They already do. And they do in proportion to the number of people in the state. As I showed the numbers, Louisiana is 30% black. 31% of Louisiana voters are black and registered. They're registering in proportion. They're voting in proportion. No one is being denied their rights. This isn't about making sure they can vote. They are. It's about making sure that Democrats have power. That's what this is about railroading black people through guilt and assumption into doing what Democrats want. You have only one choice. It's like within the media, the news media. You have one choice, and that choice leads to vote Democrat. That's it. And they hate when someone like me, a black Hispanic, who is grown and has experiences and has knowledge, says, I reject your railroad. I have other choices, and I will make those other choices. And that's when you get attacked by people like Silver and Gold. And this isn't the only time that Silver and Gold does this. But I want you to remember, this is in a 2-minute video talking about DHS, talking about the shutdown of the government. And he switched the goalposts thinking, well, Mike won't know any better. We're talking about DHS. Well, that's about racism. How is this about racism? How is the government shutdown by Democrats that has no benefit to anyone in America? Notice, I never mentioned race or gender or ethnicity or religion. This fool is. Where did that come from? He brought that. I didn't. I was talking about, did the Democrats do anything good? They didn't. Was there a benefit? No. Was there a negative? Yes, lots of them. Should Democrats be rewarded by getting reelected? No. Where's the racism coming from? It's in his mind. It's in his mind, and he's projecting it onto me, saying, no, but you have to conform. And this is the problem with Democrats. This is the problem with progressives. This is the problem with American politics and why our nation is dividing, because they are putting a wedge into people saying, but no, you must do this or you are a bad person. And most people don't want to be called a bad person. They don't want to be thought of as a bad person. I personally don't care. I don't care whether you think I'm a good guy, a bad guy. I don't care. What I care about is, let's make the logical argument. But again, Silver and Gold did not end there. They also said, again, in a conversation about the DHS shutdown of 74 days, illegal aliens are not criminals. That is a bald-faced lie. This is a person who is ignorant. They read headlines and they then go online and find people who do not agree with them. And they go, you are such a bad person. You don't understand. You don't know. I feel. And you have to respect my feelings. No, I don't. Kiss my ass. No, I don't. Illegal aliens are not criminals. According to the Constitution, according to the laws of America, according to every country on the face of the earth, yes, illegal aliens are criminals. The crime of entering a country without permission and authorization. That is a crime. How big a crime may change depending on which state you are in. It is, in fact, a crime. It goes on to say, same ignorant racist lies. What does illegal alien have to do with racism? I did not mention black people, brown people, people from South America, Central America, Europe, Asia. I didn't say where these illegal aliens are from. When I talk about illegal aliens, I virtually never mention a country. I never mention a skin. I never mention a skin tone. If anything, I talk about, hey, there are a bunch of people coming in from Canada too. That's about as close as I usually get about talking about the color of skin of an illegal alien. And I have mentioned often, illegal aliens come from Yugoslavia. They come from Russia. They come from England and France, just like they come from Angola. They come from Mogadishu. They come from Brazil. They come from Chile. We're America. We've got hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens coming into this country or attempting to come into this country every year from every country on the world. We get tens of thousands at the minimum from every country, no matter how big and small, from around the world trying to enter our country. I don't mention the race because it doesn't matter. But this fool does. He goes on to say, I just don't get what benefit you get, black man. Again, he has to remind me, you're a black man. You didn't know that, did you? From standing with racists. Maybe they're not racist. Maybe I'm standing with the law and the principles of America. Maybe I'm standing for my beliefs and my belief system, which I explain on a regular basis consistently for 20 years publicly. Maybe that's what I'm doing. Maybe you should spend a little more time researching the person that you want to try and insult, the person that you're trying to fearmonger, the person that you're trying to convince to be cowering and to bow down and just obey. I'm not that guy. You're going to lose this, and you have lost this, because I'm not going to do that. That's never been who I am, and it never will be. And you don't need to stop bringing up my race or anyone else's race. I don't talk about that. That's not important to me. He goes on to say, when they finally take your right to vote, who's going to take my right to vote? I know in the 50s, the 60s, and time before that, Jim Crow, those were Southern Democrats. Democrats were trying to take away my family, my ancestors, their rights to vote and their ability to vote. That was taken away by Democrats, not Republicans. Republicans fought to make sure that I would have a right to vote. Republicans elected the first black members of Congress, 23 of them were all Republicans. Republicans were the ones that were fighting for the Civil Rights Act, not Southern Democrats. What, you think I didn't know my history? Oh. Well, no, you just don't understand. Of course I understand. I'm a black man, a black Puerto Rican man in the Bronx, in America, and 58 years old. Yeah, I do understand. I understand a hell of a lot more than you think. And I doubt that from the way you're writing this, you're younger than me. So you don't understand, because I've lived through all kinds of crap. You haven't. I can tell from the writing itself. And again, why are you bringing race into a conversation about the Department of Homeland Security? Why? And you're saying, okay, other people are racist. How do you know who I hang around with? What do you know about me personally? Nothing. See, they mention these things just to try and to warp and to force you to comply. Again, Charlemagne was told by Joe Biden, he said live to Charlemagne's face, to Charlemagne and all of his audience, you are not black unless you obey and you vote monolithically Democrat. It was an order. Charlemagne was rightfully upset about that. And then he voted Democrat. Okay, some people will cower and they will bow down. I'm not one of them. That ain't going to happen. I wanted people to see this. There was another comment. Here it is. Here's the other one. What benefits have MAGA like you. So not only am I a black man, which he loves to remind me of, but I'm MAGA. And guess what? What's wrong with being MAGA? Make America great again. What is wrong with that? Now, people always say MAGA, but they don't think, what does that acronym mean? Because the news media stopped spelling out what it means and just used an acronym. Joe Biden did that a lot. He just would say MAGA and ignore and try and say MAGA's evil. What does MAGA mean? Make America great again. How is that evil? How is that bad? How could you not want, I don't care, you could be a socialist. You can be American socialist. You could be a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. You could be a member of Antifa. America is your country. Don't you want it to be the best it could be? You may have a different vision than me on what greatness might be, but don't you want America to be great too? Then what's the problem? You MAGAs, what benefits have MAGA like you received from the orange man? What's this got to do with Donald Trump? We're talking about funding of the Department of Homeland Security, which was denied by Democrats for 74 days with no perceivable benefit to the American people. That has nothing to do with Donald Trump. That has nothing to do with MAGA. Especially you, black man. Again, he's got to remind me constantly that I'm black. Somehow, this guy thinks that I do videos, that I've been doing videos for 20 years, that I've been alive for 58 years, and I have never seen a mirror, that I'm blind. This is so insulting. Stop with the open borders crap. Remember, he already said, open borders are there's no such thing. What is it? What did he say here? Illegal aliens are not criminals. Open borders crap. Stop with the open borders. But I'm right. That's the law, you ignorant twit. There's plenty of MAGA criminals walking the American streets right now. There's also plenty of MS-13. There's plenty of Tren de Aragua. There are a bunch of illegal aliens, like the guy in Nassau County who just stabbed 2 women to death. There's a lot of things in America. There's 350 million legal people in America, and God knows, probably another 50 million, that's the estimate, of illegal aliens on top of that. That's like 400 million people in America. There's a bit of everything here. What's your point? What's your point? He doesn't have a point. But this mentality that we are seeing on the screen, that is being displayed, that's in the comments, this is the reason why you see, this is the net result of Democrats telling you, oh my God, it's racist. Louisiana's racist. And I know there's a bunch of people who are saying, but Mike, you got to understand that Republicans are going to go state by state throughout the South and across America. And they're going to get rid of some of these districts because they're now unconstitutional. It's not even quote, it's a fact. They're unconstitutional because they're racist. And my answer to that is good, because they should be removed. If the only reason that this congressional district, this one or that one exists, is because black people, that's not a reason. This is DEI in reverse. No, actually, it's DEI any way you want to look at it. You've got to have that district because black people, that's DEI. I'm against that. That's racism. You may not like that. You may not feel that way because you've been taught to feel a different way about it. But when you stop and you think about it, take your emotions out for a second, that's what it is. Because no one's stopping black people from voting. No one is taking away the right to vote. They are taking away the Democrats' advantage because they don't deserve it. And they're building their advantage based on racism. which is not good for America or anyone in America. That's the problem. You want to talk about that, as I showed in the video that I had during the break and I did on Thursday, that live stream. I went on to later show that if you look at the Northeast, there are 34 elected offices. That's Congress and the Senate, federal offices. And in those federal offices, there's one Republican. Mind you, in the 6 states in the Northeast of America, 40% or more of every single one of those 6 states, that's Vermont and Maine, that's New Hampshire, that's Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, they're all 40% or more Republican. No one says anything about all the districts being blue. No one says anything about the disproportion of Republicans to Democrats. Okay, but that's political parties. What about the color of skin? Well, in every one of those states, there are districts that are at least 13% black. Now, that's the exact number of blacks in America, 13%. Shouldn't they get a congressional district? They don't have one. Out of 34 members of Congress, that's Senate and the state House of Representatives, out of 34, 6 are black, or minorities to be exact. 6 of them are minorities. And 30 out of that 34, the rest are all white. Isn't that worse than Louisiana? Isn't that massively, disproportionately racist? According to the same logic of Louisiana, isn't that racist? Shouldn't the Democrats be redistricting to give black people their own district in Maine, in Massachusetts? What about Hispanics? In several of those states, there's 20% or more of the population is Hispanic, even more than black, which is approximately the same or more than the number of Hispanics in America in total. Don't they get a congressional district just like in Louisiana and throughout the rest of the South because of the color of their skin? We're not even talking about actually having any other reason, just because of the color of their skin. So there should be at least, in pretty much every one of those states, at least one black district and one, if not 2, Hispanic districts. There's 6 out of 34. Aren't the Democrats being racist, and aren't they being hypocrites? Because what they're doing in the North is what they're accusing the South of doing. And the South isn't doing it. And we have laws to protect black people if the South tried to do it, to take away the vote, to take away representation. They would, in fact, be forced by law to not be able to do that. So people are saying, but Mike, but the districts may go Republican throughout the South, and black people can vote, and they can vote for Democrats in a Republican district. They can vote for a libertarian or a third party. They can vote for anyone they want. It doesn't matter the district. I'll give you a clue here. I'm in the Bronx. I'm in the New York 15th district. My representative in Congress, in the House of Representatives, is Richie Torres. He's Hispanic. My district is bluer than blue. It's one of the bluest, most deeply Democrat regions, counties, sections in the entire country. There's almost nowhere in the country that is more deeply Democrat, progressive, socialist than the New York 15th, maybe the New York 14th. That's about it. And they're right next door. That's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Guess what? I vote Republican. When we have a Republican candidate, and when we have a good Republican candidate, I vote Republican. Like Gonzalo Duran. He's a conservative. He's running against Richie Torres. Last time, in 2024, I voted for Gonzalo Duran. At this moment, I plan to probably vote for Gonzalo Duran again. But he's Hispanic in the New York 15th district, which is a blue district. Guess what? I can vote any way I want. I'm registered as a Republican. I don't have to be Democrat. I don't have to vote Democrat. So what's the problem? But Mike, the districts could be Republican. I'm a Republican. Good for me. I'm happy. What's the problem? I wanted to point that out to people because so often no one else will. No one will take on these racial attacks. Notice, I can go through this. I can go through years, decades of comments that I have received on every topic you can think of. Every time I have someone bringing up race, they are always a Democrat. Every time they're insulting me based on my race and my political beliefs, it's always a Democrat. Every single time. Yeah. So this is amazing to me, folks. Now, I know I got a couple of comments here. Let me take a quick look here. Joel says, to fix this, key findings were class. Okay. No, that was the other comment. Okay. Brower says, I'm glad you're here, Joel. Oh, that's for Joel. More chat. Yes, more chat comments. Please do engage with the channel. I love it. I like the show. Mike is a gentleman, even in disagreement, not typical in online formats. Well, I try to be. Sometimes I get a little upset. I do get some spice in there, but I do try to be fair-minded. You know, people disagree sometimes. That's okay. And then Louis Farrakhan, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, all black men who ran for elected offices. Guess what? It's fine. You'll never get rid of the Voting Rights Act because of people like Al Sharpton and Louis Farrakhan. That's just a fact. Yeah, I know.
He's making me stand here.
Really?
Yes, not you. I tried to walk away. He came in there. He's got to go bathroom. That's why.
Yeah. Let me see here. You may have heard in the background, by the way, I was just talking to my family, my sister, and she was just bringing up my dog as he's looking to go back outside. And I still have a bunch of stuff that I haven't even got. I haven't even gotten to Mondami in New York yet. There's still more stuff to talk about. Like this comment, which I thought was really great. Now, I'm going to leave that up on the screen for a second as I try and find a conversation. You know what? I'm going to go. I'm going to walk my dog in just a moment, which is fine. And oops, there we go. But while I do that, blah, 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 blah. There it is. Okay. I'm going to, in a moment, take a quick break to walk my dog again. And this is like the last time he's going to be walking for a little while. Come on. I'm just waiting for the screen to come up. Bingo. And this is from last week. Last week, I was on, let me show you. Last week, I was on the, where is it? Didn't show. There it is. So this is from our Monday roundtable when I was talking with Charles and Joe Hanoush. And I'll do this again Monday, tomorrow at 7 p.m. And I'm going to play this for you guys a little bit. This is from episode number 17 of us doing the political roundtable this year. I'm going to play that for a moment, and then I'll come back and we'll talk a little bit about Mondami. And we'll talk a little bit about, a couple of other interesting things about what's happened in Florida, DeSantis. We've got a little bit of conversation about AOC because she said something really interesting. There's a few things I want to get off my chest. I'll talk about them. So I'm going to take a quick break. Yes, this is going to be one of the longer shows, folk. Usually it's about 5 hours anyway. It's going to be about 5.5, 6 hours anyway today. So I'm going to play this. You guys go out, kiss your significant other, grab something to eat, go and have a cigarette, walk your dog, and I will be back shortly, roughly about half an hour, and then we'll pick up with the last part of the show.
Good evening, everybody. This is the Opinion Guy. I am Charles Aguaria, broadcasting just minutes away from the world's most famous beach, Daytona Beach, in Daytona Beach, Florida. And it is the Monday Night News Crew. Minus one, John's not here this evening. And I messed that up because I thought he was going to be here tonight, and I could have reached out to another Democrat to have that voice on the show. But we will not have that voice on the show. But we do have Joe, as in Joe Hanoush, and we do have Michael Voss. So without further ado, I bring to you Joe Hanoush and Michael Voss. What's going on, guys?
Hello.
Hello, and happy start to your Monday and week.
Oh, yeah. How was everybody's weekend?
I had a good show yesterday. I thought, at least. I thought it was a good show.
Nice. How about you, Joe? What's up in your world?
I didn't realize it was the weekend.
You're that busy campaigning?
No, yeah, I think I was just doing the same thing I do every day. I'm basically a 7-day week, do the same thing every day. So,
I'm kind of like that too, man. I DoorDash now since I left Hometown News, making twice as much money, working the same amount of hours, by the way. So I get up and go door dashing every day from 5 to 9:30, 10 o'clock, and then I come home and I write, or I work on the show, or whatever needs to be done. But it's pretty much every day I do that, 7 days a week.
Yeah,
so
that's what I used to do.
I agree with it. It's good by me. Yes, we had a wonderful conversation before we came on the air about cartoons. You guys missed it because we weren't on the air, and I was singing throughout the whole time. So if I start breaking out in song, let's go around the horn. Let's go with Joe. What's your favorite band, Joe?
Right now, if you ask me today, and it might change tomorrow, and it changed from yesterday, but today it's the Rolling Stones. So I had the song "Bitch" in my head all day.
Awesome. Yeah, we were. I don't know. That's an instrumental song.
No, I mean it's got vocals, but I like the. Oh. It has like an orchestra basically. Like
wow.
The intro and outros are actually pretty cool. Like each instrument plays a line, and then the next instrument joins in, the next instrument joins in. It's really an orchestra.
All right, very cool. How about you, Mike? What's your favorite band or performer?
Well, my favorite band has nothing to do with my favorite song.
Okay.
Which will surprise a lot of people.
All
my favorite band is Pink Floyd.
Oh,
my favorite song is Ave Maria.
All right, great. By by who?
Ave Maria?
Yeah, it's done by so many people.
Yeah, there's been many people who've sung it. It's just a classic. It is classical.
Oh, so it doesn't matter what the version is, or the rendition.
Botticelli is not Botticelli.
Bocelli, Andre Bocelli.
Yeah,
that's who I was thinking. Yeah. We saw him once. Phenomenal.
Yeah. Fantastic version. There's a couple of really solid ones. I know online, if you go to YouTube, there's one that's got like 30 million. And actually, it's one of the better versions as well. 30 million views. Beautiful.
And I saw the Stones, Joe, back in the late 70s. I saw the Rolling Stones at Madison Square Garden. Wow. So for folks around the world, that's in New York City. My all-time favorite band is Kiss, because I like to rock and roll all night and party every day. And I've been a fan of theirs since I was 12 years old. So that's like 50 years. And always have, always will. They are in my DNA. And but my all-time favorite song is Rhapsody in Blue by Gershwin.
That's a great one as well.
Isn't it great? It's like 13 minutes of awesomeness, man.
Now, you got to be clear. Is it Kiss with the makeup or Kiss without the makeup?
Actually, both. I like
them better when they had the makeup.
I love them today. I actually have Paul Stanley's rose on my shoulder. Paul Stanley has a rose on his left shoulder.
Yeah.
That's Paul Stanley's rose right there. Underneath it says librarian in Hebrew, but Paul Stanley's rose. Yep. I love Kiss. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the news, but I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, it's human. it's yeah. I'm sure people were probably surprised by a few of them. Though.
Yeah, Pink Floyd. I picture you doing drugs and just tripping out.
No, not at all. But I've always loved it since the 70s.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask people out there, what's your favorite band? Oh, if I can type.
The Animals album was probably one of the best Pink Floyd albums ever, with one of the best songs ever, and it's got only one line in it. Pink Floyd fans know this. Most people don't know it. It's a song that has one line, and the line is, "One of these days, I'm going to cut you up into little pieces."
Oh my God.
An intense. I mean, that is a banging. Oh my God, that song is just so intense. It's so cool. Great song. One of the best ones on the Animals album for Pink Floyd. Everyone thinks of Dark Side of the Moon, which is great, but no one ever thinks, or The Wall, which is also great, but no one ever thinks of the older stuff, including Animals, which is also phenomenal.
Wow, how about that?
Yeah.
Did you ever get to see him?
Once, yeah, in Jersey,
Nice.
back in 87 or 88, they played in the Meadowlands, and they had the pig, they had the flying pig, and one of the best light shows ever. Yeah.
Nice. Well, yeah, they were known for like the laser light shows.
Oh yeah, and they did not let down. Yeah.
Yeah, they were a trippy band, that's for sure. Yeah, cool. That's great. All righty. Well, that's awesome stuff. I'm actually gonna clip that off and put that out there. You're right. The personal side's good. Next week we're going to talk what our favorite recipes are.
Okay.
All righty. But really, we're here to talk about the news more than anything else. And I thought we'd start out with some Florida news, because Florida is trying to get an AI Bill of Rights. And I brought up, I made this little diagram here. Let me get that off. That actually clouds the diagram. I didn't actually make it. Chat GPT did this for us, otherwise known as my assistant. Started using it last week for the baseball show, which is on Tuesday nights and will be on tomorrow night. So Florida has an AI Bill of Rights they're trying to get passed. And it's basically, you can see here, consumer protections, child safety, data privacy, content restrictions, insurance limits. I have no idea what the heck they're talking about there. Limit insurance companies from using AI as a sole determinant. Oh, for adjusting or denying claims. Wow, that's interesting. And government contracting. Prohibit the state and local government entities from contracting with AI providers that do not meet their safety and security standards. So on the legislative side, where does this stand? Governor DeSantis has made this a priority, citing the need to protect protection against obvious dangers. DeSantis is trying to get a lot of things done before he leaves. That's very clear, including the property tax elimination. He's just like pushing. It basically died in the House, as you'll see there, under the session hurdles. While the Senate has advanced these measures, the House has been hesitant, shown the leaders prefer federal regulation over state level. And that's something that we should talk about. If it's state by state, it could be a little bit of a mishmash. So keep that in the back of your minds. And the tech industry, groups like the Computer Communications Industry Association have raised concerns that these rules could create a fragmented framework, hindering innovation, creating complicated compliance burdens, and really hurting small businesses. I've read some of their stuff, and they said it's just going to like really hurt small businesses, because small business has a hard time trying to figure out, in theory, 50 different regulations depending on what state they're in or what states they may be in. The future of the bill will depend on the House action. I mentioned that whether the state level regulations can advance ahead of potential federal standards. And you can go to that website to get more information. So I don't know. Let's just start with Mike. We'll start with you on this one. Do you think this is something that really needs to be done? Does it need to be done at the state level? Should we just let the free market guide what happens with the non-military use of AI?
It's interesting because I haven't heard about this before. I haven't actually seen any bill, and I haven't read the legislation. Going with the summary that's being presented right now, I don't really have a problem with it. Looking at the bigger issue, we should see state by state individual AI properties, what the people of the state are willing to have, what protections they do or do not want, what limitations they want to see, if any at all. And then if there's a consensus across the entire nation, once we hit like 2/3 of the states, then we can talk about making it a national bill. I don't think we need a national bill. I think because AI is so innovative and because it can be used in so many different ways, we have to actually target issues on a case-by-case basis, state by state, on what people want. It's kind of like abortion. We don't need a federal law. We have state laws on that because it's very individual. It is very site and region specific. So I think DeSantis is doing the right thing here, and waiting for whichever party to try and make whatever deal with compromises and bending the knee to this business or that business or the political winds on any given day. That's the problem with Congress. There'll be a dozen different poison pills put into the best bill or the worst bill. And so we'll get a lot of problems. You leave it state by state, you don't get that problem. You can get the protections you need while still leaving it open for business to do what they need to do. And it's adaptable. You can change it if you need to. I think that's the better way to do it. And of course, part of the reason why DeSantis is trying to push this through right now, let's admit it, it's because he's in the running and he's in the back of the pack out of the top. I think he's in number 5 in the top 10 people looking for the 2028 nomination for the presidency on the Republican Party. So that's why he's pushing for so much before he's done being governor. And this will help him. And I think this is actually a good thing to do.
Okay. How about you, Joe? What do you think about the state versus the federal? And is this a good idea at all for us here in Florida?
Yeah, I'm against the federal government's overriding state government laws. If we're going to have a law, I prefer it to be as local as possible. So in the context of over balance of federal versus state, I would prefer to state. And with that being said, I'd rather have no government law on prohibiting or restricting AI. AI is basically the internet 25 years ago or so. I don't think it should be restricted. I think it should be free market, as you mentioned earlier. I don't know what problems AI has come up with so far that I'm aware of. I only hear things being helpful, like this graph you mentioned before. That made with AI, or ChatGPT, whatever. I think it's a good thing. So I wouldn't try to have government stifle that innovation. I wouldn't want that. So, and to Michael's point you brought up, Governor DeSantis, I agree with him. Governor DeSantis is doing this primarily because he's running for president, and he's been the same with property taxes. He's running for president. He's trying to get things done on that thing, and it's just marketing. This is one of the things he list off during a debate saying, I had, fought against AI, whatever. And property taxes, we tried to reduce property taxes, but the Democrats voted against it, which isn't exactly true. And it doesn't even get rid of all the property taxes. But I'm getting sidetracked with another issue.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, but
no problem.
I think you're missing, we do need it because think about kids are using AI to write for them, to do the math for them. It's hindering in some cases, not in all, but in some cases, we're seeing kids using AI and they're not learning. They don't understand the principles. They don't understand the answers. They're letting AI do everything for them. Parental controls over various AIs would limit that or prevent that entirely, which would be good for our kids. access to materials, not necessarily just pornography, but there's a lot of materials that may be inappropriate for kids that they can use AI to provide them. Even though you may have a site, we could block a bunch of sites, but if you have an AI that'll reproduce or summarize and present that objectionable material to children, doesn't matter that you have a block on the website, they're able to reproduce it and they get it again. This would also affect certain businesses, especially if there's heavy writing involved. Lawyers have been caught using AI to write some of their briefs, their legal briefs, and they've lost cases because AI can't do that. It's not very good at it, and they've been caught in some cases. We're talking about state level, upper state level lawyers have been caught trying to put in briefs and amendments to trial cases that are completely fictitious. If you have controls on that, then that would prevent that. And remember, that's real world. People are being harmed by these kind of things because there is no safeguard whatsoever. So I think, yeah.
There's nothing preventing someone, like a lawyer, for example, to just make up their own law rather than have AI write it. So it doesn't solve that issue at all. And the same thing with, like, with kids using AI to help them write. Like, I remember going to school and people were saying, "Oh, you can't use a calculator because you can't have you got to be able to learn how to do math on your own." And now, as a grown up, I'm always doing math with the calculator anyway. But I understand the principles anyway. So if people want to teach in school the principles of writing, that's fine. But I think AI should not be prevented to help them in writing in the future. When it comes to lawyers as well. And not only that, but also pornography. We're not going to stop kids from finding pornography by banning it from AI. It's not going to happen. They're going to find it anyway. Like, we have a law already on the books in Florida that bans pornography on websites without having a verification for age. But you could find it if you want. Like, it's just everywhere. And kids are smarter than adults. Like, they have VPNs and whatnot to get around it.
The interesting point on having AI write your paper, because I worked at Long Island University in Brooklyn for 15 years as a library professor, and it was always a question of the students hiring somebody to write the paper for them. So in the past, kids would make money that way writing for other, and then the other kid who just paid, if I pay you Joe $100 to write for me, you write it out, I hand it in under my name. It's kind of the same thing as having AI do it, except now you took out the free market.
Well, the free market's still there. You just don't have to pay for it anymore.
Well, no, actually,
I just put that in there for a joke.
Even in the old way. So the kid who's getting paid for it, one, he's becoming a better business entrepreneur. That could be good for the future. He's getting more skill at writing, especially if he's writing in the voice of the other person rather than just writing in their own voice. So he's becoming a better writer. So yeah, one person may be suffering because they're trying to cheat and cut corners, and that'll disrupt their life. But someone else is actually improving and becoming better and more of an asset to society. With AI, you cut that out. So even when we're looking in worst case scenarios and we're looking at the gray areas that exist, we can point out how without AI, there are still more positives than what we're seeing with AI. What?
I'm going to push back a little bit on that, because in your scenario where someone is writing for someone else and being paid for it, they're both still cheating. Those are not exactly two good people there. So if someone wants to use AI and cut out one bad person,
that's not if you find out. I mean, obviously, at least at LIU, the punishment for something like that was really depended on the teacher, and then there was like a review board. If the teacher brings it up, professor, brought it up, there'd be a review board within that department to figure out the action steps against that student. So it's obviously not looked at as favorable because it's not your own original work.
By the way,
Well,
I'm not saying people should cheat on their writing assignments or their homework.
Right.
I'm just saying if it's not this, it'll be something else, and it has
Yeah,
been.
but
Yeah. I hear
but
you.
my thing is the degree of how bad this is worse than the other options. You know that in Hartford, a year and a half ago, one of the top graduates of Hartford Heights School in Connecticut, she's illiterate. She graduated in the top 10 of her class. As a matter of fact, I believe she was salutatorian, and she's currently suing the high school. She was using AI and other applications on her phone to be able to read and write for her because she can't read, she can't write. And she's in college now learning how to read and write. Not that she's not dumb. And she can verbally, she's sharp. She can speak. She can't read or write. And it was because the teachers were relying on technology rather than helping the student. And AI only amplifies that and makes it worse. So we already see it's really already taking an impact.
Okay, well, let's run down this list here. Consumer protections requires businesses to notify users when they are interacting with an AI chatbot. I actually interact with an AI chatbot quite a few times during the course of the week in my DoorDash hours because their chat is called Ash. And it's a female, and she is incredibly responsive. It is the best bot I've ever dealt with. You can talk just like we're talking now, and she gets it. And what they do is it works great because usually the bot's able to solve the problem and correct something, let's say that needs to be corrected on the app. And if not, they just raise it. The bot Ash raises it to a human. So it works really well there. I know in other situations it doesn't. I guess we've all had that experience. I like the child safety, and to me that kind of harkens back to cable, when cable was king, and there'd be a way to limit what the violence. My nephew would sleep over. A personal story. Back in the day when I was married, my nephew would come over our house and we'd have a fun night together. But he was allowed to sleep in the living room with the TV. And he thought he could watch whatever he wanted, but I put on the parental control. So he saw no violence and he saw no sex. So I don't really have a problem with that. And I do like this right here about the without parental. Oh, and enable the very last part there. The parents can access conversation logs. I think that's a kind of a good idea. I'm not against that. For adults, I'm definitely more on the libertarian side of like just adults could do whatever they want with AI, go wherever they want with AI and all that. I like the kind of the parental child safety stuff there. Data privacy, I guess that makes. Yeah, go ahead. You got something?
I was going to agree with you. Like that, I agree with 100%. I think parental control absolutely should exist. I just don't want government to be pretending that they're my parents.
You still want government what?
Pretending that they're my parents. I don't want government control
100%.
of like what I can watch on TV or something. I think parents doing that for children, sure. But not the government doing it for me. No.
So what are you guys thinking about 1, 2, 3, 4 down, content restrictions? Prohibits AI from using an individual's name, image, likeness without consent. Now, I'm thinking like I did something the other day that had a Frank Sinatra song. And so Sinatra, the Chat GPT brought up Sinatra. We could be in a situation where like the people who are managing Sinatra's foundation right now, I made that up, I don't know what it's really called, but managing his likeness and advertisements and such could say we don't want Sinatra on ChatGPT. I don't know if I like that, because why not? Somebody who's a public figure like that, you put when you're that big and that popular, when you put yourself out there as a public figure, you really kind of give up some of your rights. People download your photos all the time, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, we're public figures on a way, way smaller scale than Frank Sinatra. Can we say, you can't, like Mike's face can't show up on the DSA's website as saying, I love Mamdani. Like that would be wrong.
Oh, yes.
Well,
so where's the extent of it? So since I brought up Mike first on this one, where's the extent to the NIL? It's called the name, image, and likeness. How does that actually play into it? What do you think?
Well, we have laws on this already. They need to be enforced and probably strengthened to a certain extent. you're right. There's a big difference between standard civilian and public entity. I am, and we are public entities. More so, even more so from, say, you, Charles, and me, because we work in news. And we've published articles. We've done journalism, which puts us in an even higher category of public awareness. I've run for elected office. Joe, you're running for elected office. Again, another higher category of public likeness. Now,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean, just like with Sinatra or Denzel Washington or AOC, that doesn't mean you have carte blanche to mimic that individual, especially if it involves creating money. A parody is an exception. If you're making a parody of them, then
I've heard that
that's acceptable, and it has to be a very clear and substantive one. But if you're trying to collect money off of making some lie because I'm somehow connected to progressives, that is something that's suable, and I can win because that's a misrepresentation of me.
So I guess those would apply
to it. And Bob down the street is completely off bounds. He can't touch him. I think that's perfectly fine. It's just adapting the current laws and basically. Hello, everybody. All right, we're in the final home stretch, I promise, of the end of the show. Because I haven't eaten dinner yet. I haven't eaten anything. Something that a lot of people don't know. When I do the show on a Sunday, I don't get to eat until after the show. So that's the only time I eat all day long. So I'm hungry. But my dog, he just went out, got a nice walk. I just went and had a nice little cigarette, and now I'm ready to go into it. I hope everyone was enjoying the Monday roundtable. Tomorrow at 7 p.m., I will be doing the roundtable with Charles, with Joe Hanush, and I believe Joe Navarra, who's a Democrat, will be joining us as well. Also, just for some housekeeping, on, I believe, this week, May 8th or 9th, I will be having one of my BronxNet community TV specials will be available, and I'll be posting that up later this week, I believe on the 8th or 9th, and that'll be coming up. So do look forward to that. I hope everyone will enjoy it. Also, I am three subscribers away from being able to do the live stream on Instagram every week. So if I get 3 more, 1,000 is the minimum number required. I'm at 997 last that I checked. So if we can get 3 more Instagram subscribers, then I will be next week and thereafter, I should be doing a simulcast on Instagram as well as the other platforms that I usually do, just so you know. Now, I know a lot of people are getting ready. If you don't know this, thank you for being with us here at No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss, and it is currently 7:33. And I'm going to try, like I said, had to step away for about half an hour. But I'm going to try and rush through or get through the end of the show. There were a couple things that I did not get to speak about, and I just want to make sure that we handle that. One of the things that I wanted to mention to you guys to find out more about, and we were talking about it, you saw it during the break from the Monday Roundtable episode 17, we were talking about AI, the AI Bill of Rights coming out of Florida. Now that's with, what's his name? That's out of Florida with DeSantis. That's his name. DeSantis is doing this. This is DeSantis preparing for the 2028 presidential run. He's trying to get a couple of things passed in Florida so that he has a better name recognition. He has something that he can say that he's done. as he goes in, and AI is a big concern for people across the country about losing their jobs in the future of America, whether we're more service oriented or manufacturing. A lot of people are very concerned about this, and they should be. And as we were talking about it, you saw some of the stipulations of the proposed AI Bill of Rights to help protect privacy and individuals and kids. And we were talking about that. You can look at, check out the full conversation on the Monday Roundtable. But I did want to mention that that bill was killed, is dead. I believe it was SB 482, if you want to look it up and read the exact bill itself. But that was killed in Florida by the Florida legislature. So it is not moving forward. I think it should. States have a right and should have individual safeguards on AI. I think this is very important. I think it's the same thing as looking at federal Department of Education. It doesn't work. The Department of Education does not work. We had the highest level of literacy in America in 1979. In 1980, we had the Department of Education start its programs, and we have never reached that high in the literacy rate in America since that time. And that's the same problem. The federal solution is a big umbrella that doesn't work for individuals in individual states and individual businesses. So it's not a system that's going to work well. So what we have to do is we have to look at this more on a state-by-state basis, kind of like abortion, kind of like almost everything is state-driven. And that's what we need to focus on. And I think we need to have more bills like the Florida AI bill that addresses the needs of people in each and individual state. I hope people will look at the Florida bill and use that as a model and, of course, tweak it to your state and your local community and make that the standard rather than wait for the federal government to eventually come up with a set of rules that will not work, that will be geared and tweaked towards big donors, special donors of each and every party, and it will have so many loopholes, and it will require another department of government just to maintain and observe AI, and it will be completely ineffective and inefficient. We don't want a federal AI Bill of Rights. We want state by state. It will be more effective, it will be more efficient, and I do recommend that to everyone. Moving forward, let's see. Here's my AOC. I wanted to talk about AOC. So AOC, who we all know, is trying to figure out if she can run for president. And she went over to Munich and embarrassed the hell out of herself because she revealed to the world she's as dumb and as I have said since the day that she got elected. She is a moron. She is the only reason why she got elected is that she's basically, the Latina down the block. She looks kind of cute for her age, and she's an airhead. She's just dumb as a box of rocks. But the bartender, now Congresswoman, thinks that she can run on the presidential level. As I showed you in the data from Democrats, she has no chance in hell of winning the presidency. And that's a good thing because she's a moron. But she just emphasized yet again on CNN how dumb she is. She wanted to talk about eco-fanaticism. The rivers are on fire. Our rivers are destroyed. They're going and they're in flames. And it's because of Deloitte Touche. Now, for people who don't know what Deloitte Touche is an accounting firm. They don't manufacture anything. They don't pollute rivers. Again, they're not a manufacturing company. They're an accounting firm. They do the books. They do the math and the taxes for many large corporations across America. They have nothing to do with manufacturing. They have nothing to do with any pollution in any river anywhere in the world. And to say that Deloitte Touche is pouring chemicals into our waterways and that the rivers are on fire isn't just a simple gaffe. It's not like she meant to say Pfizer or she meant to say Alcoa or some metalworking company or steel factory. She said an accounting firm. That's not just a gaffe. That is her incompetence, absolute incompetence. And by the way, as a member of Congress who deals with economics, who has an economics degree, she knows who Deloitte Touche is. There's no way she couldn't. She's got a degree in economics. She's in Congress dealing with finances of the entire country. She knows, or she's supposed to know. But again, she's an airhead. Deloitte Touche is pouring chemicals in our waterways. She knows nothing. She is just saying whatever she thinks will get her votes. And sadly, in the New York 14th Congressional District, it'll work. People will go, oh my God, the accounting firm is putting chemicals in our water. We've got to re-elect Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's going to protect us from all the accounting firms that pollute the planet. And there are none. That doesn't happen. It's not a reality. But this is just like when she said she's going to build a train that will go from New York to Hawaii across the Pacific Ocean. And never once, not one person on her team, not even herself, did they stop and say, hang on, how are you going to build a train that crosses the Pacific Ocean? She never once stopped to think about that. Not once did it run into her mind the geography of America, the location of Hawaii, how big and how deep the Pacific Ocean is. It was back in the day when she came up with her Green New Deal, of which part of it was to put canisters on the buttocks of cows because cows flatulate. And they flatulate methane, a lot of methane. Methane can be used as a fuel. She literally, as part of the Green New Deal, when she first came up with it, she actually put out a rider for the news media to understand the bill, and she included, well, she wanted to capture cow farts because of the methane and use that as a biogas for energy. It's stupid. It makes no sense. It is illogical. Everything that this woman says is useless. She has passed nothing in her time in Congress, yet she gets reelected. She has people who donate millions of dollars to her. She lives separated away from all of her constituents in a gated community. She knows nothing about what's going on. She doesn't care. She is the perfect example of someone who is just saying anything that gets her reelected. She is pure ambition with no desire to actually serve the people. You might have thought that she did at once. She doesn't. At the very least, she doesn't anymore. And she is saying these things, and it is embarrassing for all of Americans. It's embarrassing. And she should be called out for that, as I am doing. Another person who should be called out for being a pure and absolute embarrassment. I know it's Sunday. People are getting ready for work, but I want to finish the show. These are things I thought were important. I want to cover them. Seattle mayor, the mayor of Seattle, one of the most progressive cities in the entire country, on the West Coast, filled with nothing but progressives. She is such a brilliant woman. She recently quoted Kathy Hochul and said to her constituents, to the members of her city, Dunkin' Donuts, the owners of Dunkin' Donuts, and said, hey, if you're a millionaire, you don't like my progressive policies, just leave. If you're a millionaire and you don't want to pay a millionaire's tax, just leave. Kathy Hochul did the same thing in 2022, right after she won her governor's race in 2022. And she was filled with excitement and euphoria and maybe a couple of drinks. And she said publicly, if you don't like the progressive policies of New York under Kathy Hochul, leave. Go to Florida. Get on a bus. Go to Florida. And tons of millionaires did exactly that, which left New York in a bigger financial hole than ever before. And now in 2026, she's now begging, publicly begging, for those millionaires, those billionaires to come back to New York so she can tax them, not because she wants them here, not because she misses them, not because of family or business, not for jobs. She wants them to come back so she can tax them and make the budget balance. You can imagine how successful that is. Matter of fact, for those who are left-leaning in the audience who can't imagine this, the answer is zero. No one's coming back. In fact, more people are leaving because the ship is sinking. Progressivism isn't working. And now in Seattle, they think, well, New York did it, but New York's not as progressive as Seattle. It'll work in Seattle. Millionaires and billionaires in Seattle will pay the tax. They won't do it in New York, but they'll do it in Seattle. No, they won't. They're leaving Seattle too. At the same time, she's trying to say that her policies are going to make everyone safe, as Democrats want to do. And what happens in the middle of her taping an interview with the news media? There's a random drive-by shooting. Because progressives don't make you safe, they make you feel safe. And the two aren't the same. Let me move a little further. So I just wanted to cover that real quick. I did mention, we're doing pretty good over on, by the way, this is my Instagram page, if you didn't know. One of the recent short videos that I did, 24,000 views. On YouTube, 200. On Instagram, 24,000. Folks, we are so close to being able to be live on Instagram as well as on YouTube. I really want to be able to do that. Again, I need about 3 people to be able to do that. There was a comment that I wanted to cover with you guys. So, again, I was talking about casinos, and casinos never work. Ever since when there was only 2 casinos, Las Vegas and Atlantic City, it worked. They were rare. They were spectacles. They were an extravaganza. You would go to them because there was nowhere else in the country you could go to gamble legally. And so it was an adventure. It was worth taking the trip. Now we have casinos in every single state, multiple of them. You don't have to go to another state. You can just go down a couple of roads, a couple of miles, and you'll be at a casino. In New York, we now have a racetrack that was turned into a full casino with, crap tables and roulette wheels. And I am telling you that just like every other casino in New York State, this will wind up making the people in Queens poor, desperate, despair, and they will be drug addicted. There will be more crime. This happens every single casino across New York. It will happen in Queens as well. Worse than the horse racing. But there was a comment that I received, and I wanted to bring that up. And it says here, as you can see, it says, they rid the city of mafia so that they could take control and legalize everything from shylocking, gambling, and drugs. Next will be prostitution. The politicians are the criminals. And I absolutely believe and agree with Hammer 3618 on his comment. He is dead on the mark. He is correct that we're going to see everything that the mafia used to do. We are seeing many politicians do, especially in the biggest of cities, whether that be Seattle or LA. We're seeing it throughout all of New York. We really have to stop opening casinos. They never work. If they were successful, we would have already seen the results. Instead of the 4 casinos that were already opened across the state, 3 are going out of business. 1 is basically holding even. And in every one of their communities, crime went up, drugs went up, and and people became poor, because the only way a casino makes money is to take money out of the community, not to put money into the community. No matter how much you want to tax them, if the casino is doing its job, it's taking the money out. And once they take all the money out of the community, all of the savings, there's nothing left. And then the casino closes too. 3 out of 4 casinos in New York have done exactly that. Took all the money out of the community, left behind drugs and crime and despair. And now it's going to be in Queens. It's not going to work. It's really a shame that we've seen that. All right, last thing that I'm going to talk about. I know it's Sunday night, almost 8 o'clock. Everyone wants to go. I'm going to let you guys go in a second. We were talking about Seattle. We're talking about these wonderful programs that are coming. And I wanted to address, as the last thought, New York City. New York, this is important for the 2030. New York is going to lose 3, at minimum, I believe, 3 members of Congress. We're going to go from where we are right now at 26, and we're going to be down to 23, possibly even lower. And that's because Mondami did exactly what we thought. See, just like Kathy Hochul in Seattle, well, Mondami's saying the rich people are going to pay the taxes no matter what, and they will never leave. This is the lie that the progressives love to tell you, because they think that because they feel they are right, everyone will comply, that everyone will do what they say because you will obey. Well, no, in a free country, which is America, in a free state, which is New York, and people have a choice, when they are given no choice but to pay more and get nothing for it, they leave. They take their family, they take their assets, and they get out. And this is according to, we're seeing it here. This is Realtor.com. Got nothing to do with politics. This isn't left or right. They're a business. And they tell directly that somewhere around 115,000 people left New York City last year because they knew Mondami was going to win. Now, remember, about 760,000 people equal 1 congressional seat. New York in 2020 just barely only lost 1. We were supposed to lose 2. We started counting illegal aliens. But even with counting illegal aliens, we lost 115,000 just in New York City alone. We're losing over 200,000 per year statewide, not including the big drop because of Mondami. And where is it? I have it here. Recent research from Realtor.com found that the typical New York renter would need $70,000 annual salary increase to afford to move to a new apartment in New York. You need to make an extra $70,000 a year to move from where you live now in New York to move to another apartment in New York. That's ridiculous. That is unaffordable. And that's including the fact that Mondami wants to put in a rent freeze. That's including all of the money that's being spent on the homeless and on poor people. That's including everything. And it still costs an extra $70,000. It is unaffordable. I've been in this city for 55 years, me and my family, in the same location. And it is going downhill. The progressives are not making things better for anyone. And they are doing the same thing in progressive city across the country over and over again. We see it here.
Hyundai Sonata versus
This is from
Honda Accord.
Yes, I usually don't
What
quote
Sonata
Fox,
has
but they'll tell you.
and what Accord
New York City
doesn't.
lost more residents across
Hyundai
every
Sonata
income
wins
level
every time.
in 2025. Again, confirming what we have seen in state after state after state, in every single form of research. So, progressivism is destroying America. The leftist socialist ideology is destroying America. Racism is destroying America because it is part of the foundation of progressive socialist politics. They want to fearmonger you. They want you to be afraid, and they want you to obey without asking a question. I've shown you many, many examples of that today across this entire country, not just only in New York. And I will tell you, the answer is be informed, pick better candidates. And if there isn't a good candidate, a really effective and efficient candidate on the ballot for you, write in somebody who is an effective candidate. Don't just accept those are the only choices I have, because that is a lie. Now, I'll take some final comments here, and then we'll be ending the show. So I see that Brower said his favorite band is Rush. That's a good band. I do enjoy Rush. They're a good band. And the favorite song is Speak by Queensryche. I don't remember Queensryche. I know the name, but I don't know the band offhand. But I do know Rush, and Rush is a good band. I've always enjoyed them. And he goes on to say, the Pink Floyd Animals album was brilliant. It is one of my favorite albums, even more than Dark Side of the Moon, which I thought was a phenomenal album. And of course, there is no question that The Wall is classic. But I think Animals is better. It's more raw. It's more emotional. It's a great, if you like Pink Floyd, the original band, oh my God, it's so much more powerful than what we saw with Roger Waters. It's such a devastatingly powerful album. I found it incredible, especially that one song, the most violent song I've ever heard in my life, but yet brilliant. I definitely recommend it to people. I think you'll like it. And Brower stuck with me all the way to the end once he came in. So he says, his final comment was, I heard she's not begging them to come back. Kathy Hochul, we're talking about Kathy Hochul begging millionaires and billionaires to come back to New York. But she is trying to tax them even if they don't come back. Well, no, that's the alternative. See, her first attempt was to beg them to come back to New York. And because no one is listening to her and no one is going to come back just to pay taxes, then their only other answer in New York is, well, then we'll tax you even though you left. What they're trying to do, they're trying to pass it right now in New York State, is they want to tax people's pensions so that if you retire, you work 30 years for the city or for the government, you work in New York, you've got a pension after 30, 40, 50 years of work, and you decide that you want to go to, I don't know, Utah, and you want to buy a house because you can buy a house and afford it in Utah, and you like the weather there. It's a lot better, and it's good for your health. So you say, I'm going to go and retire, and I can live off my New York pension pretty well. I can survive in Utah. And New York State is saying, we're going to take your money. Because you left the state with your money, they will tax you. And they will take your money from your pension that you earned, that is your money that you invested. They're going to take it away from you because you're not spending it in New York. That is unconstitutional. That is criminal. That is theft. To quote my friends who are libertarians, that is theft. You don't get to take people's retirement funds because they're not spending it the way that you want them to spend it. And that is the answer. I don't care what the progressives say. I don't care what the socialists say. Oh my God, but they're not paying their fair share. They paid taxes for 30, 40, 50 years. They paid taxes on the investment going in and on the way out of that investment program. They've already paid all their taxes. They paid taxes on that money 2 or 3 different times. You don't get to tax them again. I spend my money how I want. It is a absolute bedrock of the United States, of capitalism, of democracy. And the government doesn't get to pick and choose how to spend your money, taking it out of your pocket and spending it for you. They don't, just because they have bad policies. It's not my fault that Kathy Hochul doesn't know what she's doing economically. It's not my fault that Zoran Mandami is a socialist, and socialists never worry about the consequences, and they never care if they make money because there's always more of your money to spend. Not my fault. You don't get to have my pension. That's how way I feel about that. So, Joel says, good night. Hey, shine on you, crazy diamond. Thank you, Joel, for being here with us, especially at the end of the show. And we have a final comment from Brower who says, thanks for the great discussion, Mike. Talk with you very soon. I look forward to seeing everyone as soon as possible. Please remember, if you've made it through the show, please like, share, and most of all, please subscribe, especially the 3 people over on Instagram. Please subscribe so we can be live on Instagram going forward, but also subscribe so that I can break through the algorithms and reach more people around the world and have more conversations with you guys, because that's why I do this, to reach out and speak with you and to help try and make our country as great as it can be. So I thank you. And if you do enjoy that and you want to even contribute just a little bit more, you can join the Patreon. It is exactly $1.50 per month. Not more. We don't have multiple tiers. It's just $1.50 a month. That's affordable. Even with all the streaming services today, it's very affordable. And if you want, you can also go to PayPal and you can donate as much as you want. Hey, if you're one of the millionaires that went to Florida and you say, I like you, Mike, here's an extra $5,000. Go my PayPal. I'll take it. Remember, I'm the only employee of this company. CNN has 10,000. In fact, every major news media organization has about 10,000 employees. And I do more work and I give you more content and I give you a better understanding of the laws and how they are affecting us than all of the CNN talking heads. I do it every week. So until next week, well, actually, until tomorrow, Monday at 7 p.m., I hope everyone will have a great evening, get something to eat, rest up. I know tomorrow is Monday and Monday sucks, but don't worry, because at 7 p.m. I'll be on with the opinion roundtable and we'll make it interesting for you guys. So until then, thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'll talk to you again very soon.